There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Man, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but nation to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
I'm out. Which we're going to be seeing. One of the big pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, come here. Wait, help me. Another draw. I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah.
our last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
El Manito!
I'm gonna climb it off. Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rainbow going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Yeah, artist art.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because it's the best one. It's actually very complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful.
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand initiating.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
Hello everyone and welcome to the third round of the Prague Chess Festival Open Tournament, Prague Masters. I'm not sure what it's called. Oh my god, that's not good. Okay, I mean that's not too bad. That's better than what we had. Alexandra's somewhat hidden behind the board. It's not optimal. We're gonna stay on this overlay for a little bit because apparently Andrea's camera is not up yet. So I'm gonna wait for that camera before shifting to the both games at the same time. Today, Alexandra is playing with the black pieces, as is Andrea. Alexandra is playing here on the right from Norway, the greatest chess country of them all. It's Paul Stende Mathisen. And we're expecting him to play 1e4 as his first move. Andrea is playing an opponent that has the very same rating as Alexandra. And since both of them have the same number of points, it actually means they were this close from playing against each other. The only reason Alexandra is not playing Andrea today is because both of them had the white pieces yesterday. If one of them had white and one had black, they would have faced each other today. That's one of the biggest stories coming in from Prague, the what could have been of an all-sister matchup. But as it happens, they both get 50 plus opponents, which I think puts a bit of pressure on them because they've been really talking about how they want to go to Europe and grab some of that juicy World Chess Federation rating because all the Europeans are like old people who are overrated. And the way they talk about these guys, well, anyone who's not a child from the US, it leaves a bit of... It kind of gives them a little pressure to actually perform when they do travel halfway across the world and do get opponents that in theory they're saying we want to play these people, and then they kind of now need to deliver. Juicy European FIDE points, yeah. This is what we're here for. So today I made sure to ask Alexandra to really push her camera over to the left side. And the reason you can't see Alexandra right now is because she just doesn't do what she's told. And she could have cropped this frame easily another half a meter from the right. And if you guys want to see Alexandra, I really think that is something you need to take up with her. Couldn't follow orders? I mean, couldn't or wouldn't. Not a big difference between those two words, but it's a mentality thing. French. The French is on the board, and that is also what we predicted would happen for this game. Why is my board not updating? I've been trying to figure out what my board issues, how they can be solved, and I haven't figured it out, unfortunately. Let me ask Vila if Andrea's... Okay, so the good news is, this is what we predicted would happen. The bad news... Well, I don't know if there's any bad news just yet. The guy, pretty much every game he plays against the French, he pushes his pawn to e5. But one of the moves that Alexandra fear over everything else is pawn takes pawn. Alexandra is terrified of the exchange variation in the French, which is like the most unambitious way for white to play. But you guys know Alexandra. She's terrified of unambition in general, in every walk of life, including on the chessboard. Cover pole with board. I'll adjust it a little bit, but I kind of want to stick with this framing so that I can show it to Alexandra and say, this is what happens when you don't do as you're told. There's a little bit of that in this. That's the wrong thing. Okay, so the guy has played the advanced variation of the French, which is what we prepared for the game. So far, so good. The point for black in this line is to try and attack this pawn on d4 as many times as possible. Alexandra has had a habit here of playing knight to e7, which at top level has been considered a bit inaccurate, because then white gets the option after knight to e7. White has this kind of tricky idea to move the knight over via this edge square to give additional protection into the center. And the reason white normally doesn't want to do that is because that guy could be captured by the bishop. But when Alexandra blocks with her knight, that becomes an option again. So we're trying a new variation for Alexandra today. Bishop to d7. So the idea is that now if white tries to increase their influence on the queen side, then she can do her normal plan. Because now there's no knight moving across into the center. Okay, the guy plays bishop to d3 pretty quickly. Honestly, I don't entirely remember the prep here. That's not great. I'm hoping Alexandra remembers what she was supposed to do. Let me check in if Andrea's camera is up. I mean, she's kind of peeking forward there a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, this is actually a really tricky... This is a really tricky gambit. And this guy's playing so quickly and so confidently. I'm kind of scared. So Alexandra's opponent has already given up a pawn in the center. He's allowing Alexandra to take this pawn because he believes he can then create an attack. This is actually very scary for black. It's considered to be good for black, but it's also considered to be scary for black. And if Alexandra doesn't take the challenge, then she could get into trouble. Okay, Alexandra takes the challenge. Vila, are you watching? Is there still no camera on Andrea? Flip board, please. Ah, I was supposed to do that. Thank you. Name a better duo, Hammer and Tech Issues. I mean, someone in Prague not turning on the camera is not really my tech issue. I'm doing the best I can with what I'm given. People not listening to Hammer when he requests very normal things, that's a classic. Only Alexandra today. Andrea is not eliminated. In fact, Andrea is doing better than Alexandra so far. It's just that I don't think I have Andrea's camera yet, unfortunately. Is Vila over there? No, I think Vila's in LA. Rolling up her sleeves, ready for war. Well, she really kind of said she's ready for war here, though. She took that pawn so quickly. He was like, first Paul was like, oh, I'm gonna sacrifice a pawn and I'm gonna, you know, destroy you with a gambit play. And then Alexandra, she didn't hesitate for a second. She was like, you're gonna give me a pawn, I will take your pawn. And you're gonna regret giving it to me. Okay, a reminder to everyone, I actually checked out the latest video on the new YouTube channel, the game recaps from Prague. I kind of liked Alexandra's presenting style. Yesterday, I said that I didn't want to promote the video while I was doing my commentary, as not to, you know, lose you guys' attention. But the video Alexandra made today or yesterday was quite good, I think. You guys should check it out while we try to get Andrea's cam on the line. So right now, Alexandra has not developed any pieces on the king side. She can castle to the queen side if she chooses, but in general, it's not such a good idea to put your king on an open file where your opponent can attack. Alexandra has won a pawn in the middle, but she may need to move her queen twice and maybe even more than that. And that's kind of just the cost of doing business. The cost of taking that pawn is lagging behind in development and having to move your queen several times. But Alexandra is essentially saying that, okay, I'm giving you a short-term advantage in terms of superior development in return for a long-term advantage for me, which is Alexandra having the extra pawn. And that creates a really interesting game straight from the get-go. Because now Alexandra's opponent has to prove something very quickly. He has the short-term advantage. He needs to exploit that short-term in order to get an attack or something similar. Because in the long run, he's going to lose because he's down a pawn. And having that dual short-term advantage versus a long-term advantage, those are often the most interesting chess games. Okay, Vila says Andrea's camera is up. So let me go to the big overview. And Andrea's camera is up. Let's go. Andrea not at the board though, but what else is new? Let's check in with Andrea's game. Oh, there she is. Never mind. Let's do Andrea's game from the start. So I already mentioned this, but I'll mention it again. Notice how Andrea's opponent has the same rating as Alexandra. That means they were so close to actually playing against each other this round because they're on the same number of points. The only reason they're not playing against each other is because both of them had the white pieces yesterday. Let's check out Andrea's opening. Her opponent placed the English. Andrea developing her knight, probably going for the King's Indian like she did in round 1. Knight out, Andrea, King's Indian setup. Her opponent also wants to have that bishop pointing down from a fianchetto position, which is what we call it when you put your bishop here. Both players getting that bishop, trying to point it down the board. D6, Andrea wants to go D4 E5 next. Her opponent goes E4. Interesting. And then her opponent actually puts the knight in front of the king instead of forward. So part of the reason why you don't want to have the knight here, or potentially don't want to have the knight here. What happened with Andrea's feed? Vila, am I doing something wrong, or is the feed kind of dropping out every once in a while? Andrea's camera has been having a rough time this tournament. I don't know. I think it's been doing okay. Hammer, you've never been in the wrong. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay. Anyway, Andrea probably was prepared here because she was slightly late to the game, but she has been playing her opening rather quickly. And normally, Andrea only plays the opening quickly if she knows what's up. And here she played the move C5 instead of playing the standard pawn to E5, which would be normal for the King's Indian. But actually, pawn to E5 can sometimes be a problem for black in this pawn structure because that pawn will sometimes block the bishop. And in fact, that's kind of what white has done here. The white, yes, has this pawn in the center influencing the middle, but at the same time, that pawn is blocking. That pawn is blocking the bishop. And Andrea plays pawn to c5, which is the computer's top choice. And she played it quite quickly, which kind of tells me that I think she's still in her preparation. And she doesn't want to block this bishop's potential on the long diagonal. She's trying to say, okay, you put your pawn in front of your bishop, but I'm not going to do the same. Because I think maybe having that pawn blocking the bishop is going to be a detriment to your position in the long term. But at the same time, white is saying I have incredible control, in particular towards this d5 square. Castles, okay, knight to c6, fine. Pawn to d3, getting ready to get the bishop out. And here Andrea, using less than a minute, she goes rook to b8, which is the computer's top choice. And at this point, there's no doubt left in my mind. Andrea is still in her preparation. And her plan is actually to expand her pawns on the queen side. This rook to b1, yes, it kind of removes the rook from this bishop's diagonal, which could be important. But the main thing is that she wants to expand her pawns to gain the initiative, pushing her pawns up on the queen side. So say white does something on the opposite flank, Andrea will go pawn to a6, and then she will go pawn to b5. And she will be super aggressive with these pawns supported by the rook and their buddies. And I swear I didn't check the video feed. Pawn to h6 has been played. I'm kind of a psychic. So in general, white's plan is going to be to advance these pawns on the king side. And then Andrea's plan is going to be advancing the pawns on the opposite flank. This has already become a really, really interesting opening. They're attacking on opposite flanks, which, well, it promotes a bit of a bloodbath. Because either you're going to succeed in your attack on the one flank, or your opponent is going to succeed with their attack. You're not really paying attention to what the opponent is doing. You're very focused on doing your own thing on opposite flanks. So we're caught up with Andrea's game, and it's looking like it's going to be an interesting one. And going back to Alexandra, her opponent in a well-known position. So this gambit that was played, it's actually been played like thousands of times previously. It's called the Milner-Berry Gambit. And it used to be all the rage when I was a kid. But with the advent of somewhat stronger chess engines, people have kind of decided that this line is quite good for black if black has the bravery to accept the sacrifice, which, of course, Alexandra did. And the normal moves here are either knight takes knight, luring the queen into the middle and saying that this queen may be a target to attack. Or the modern interpretation here is knight to d2, saying that, okay, you can trade knight with me, but I'll have a replacement coming, and then I'm going to develop my bishop to attack your queen. Your queen's going to have to run back, but then, yes, white is down a pawn, but black's development is pretty terrible. And even the computer thinks that this is an equal position. But it's not really equal, right? Because black has an extra pawn. So like either black is going to manage to get the king to safety, after which black has excellent chances, or white is going to create an attack, after which black is... So it's one of those situations where the computer says equal, but it's really like it's balanced, but super, super tricky. Instead, Paul has played knight to g5. And I gotta say, I have never seen this move before. But it's not without some venom. Because maybe the obvious move now would be to try and chase this knight away immediately. But if you try to do that, computer says white is almost winning. The computer's saying knight takes pawn is a really good move. Luring the king into the open. The queen follows with a check. And apparently here, white just has a very dangerous initiative for having sacrificed a knight. Computer favors white's position. So Alexandra has to be careful here. This is already an important moment in the game. The computer's top choice is knight to c6. Just retreating the knight, getting it back to safety. And that is also what Alexandra did. So she played the top move in response to this surprising leap. And already the computers are saying black is way, way better. But it's dangerous. Because white has these pieces pointed in towards the black king side, where we're expecting Alexandra to move her king. However, at this point, I'm starting to think, is there any sort of situation where Alexandra actually can go to the other side of the board instead? Rook to e1 was played. The rook protects the pawn in the center, which the knight attacked. And now Alexandra needs to find her next step in the plan. And once again, if pawn to h6, trying to attack the knight, computer says the knight can sacrifice itself with a dangerous attack. So, very, very scary position, but Alexandra has an extra pawn. In the meantime, there has been a development in Andrea's game. Moves are coming in quickly in the opening, so I'm just switching back and forth. Andrea played a6, so she has her plan. She wants to push this pawn forward. She's not been very shy about it. Her rook move already kind of told us what she was planning to do next. Otto with the white pieces, this Czech 60-something-year-old, he's being very aggressive. So his plan is to basically just get all the pawns forward on the king side and try and checkmate the black king. And Andrea has to be a bit aware here. Because right now, if she continues her plan, she's going to lose a knight. Pawn to b5 now for Andrea would lose a piece to pawn to e5. Pawn to e5 both opens up an attack against the knight, but it also opens the diagonal for the bishop to attack the other black knight. A double attack, and Andrea cannot save both knights at the same time. However, the computer actually says that even though Andrea loses her knight, this is actually okay for black, because you get two pawns, but you get two of the pawns that were supposed to defend the white king. And I don't really know how to judge this. Very, very tricky position. Andrea losing a piece, but she gets two pawns for them and eliminates some of the defenders around the white king. I think the best thing to do would just not having to go into this. Because in general, I do prefer having that extra knight compared to having 2 pawns. FIDE gave me 300 rating for no reason. I don't know if it was for no reason, Anne. There were some mathematicians who said there was a reason for why they did it. I'm not a big fan. But happy FIDE rating day to everyone who celebrates. Today on March 1st, everyone with a FIDE rating lower than 2,000 were given free points in an attempt to adjust the rating system and combat rating deflation. March 1st is my birthday, so you got 300 FIDE rating points on your birthday. Happy birthday from the World Chess Federation, I suppose. So I'm 300 ELO. No, this only applies to people who had a rating with the World Chess Federation to begin with. And the changes were made so they previously you could have a FIDE rating of 1,000, but that was the lowest you could go. And they changed it so that now the lowest you can be is 1,400, which is very problematic for the Norwegian Chess Federation, for instance, who have abolished their national ratings, but thinking that the FIDE ratings would be a good replacement. But now all the systems in Norwegian chess rely on having separate groups for 1,000 to 1,200, 1,200 to 1,400, and so on. And all of that kind of got destroyed when FIDE just said, yeah, no, we're taking out the lowest 400 points. So I'm not sure. Yeah, there's going to be an adjustment period. And I think, for instance, some people, like the Norwegian Chess Federation, probably not too happy about this. And other people who have their birthday today and got 300 free points are very happy. Are all tournaments in Norway FIDE rated? Yes, Paul. Where's Andrea's clock? Oh, Andrea has a clock today. She hasn't had a clock for the first 2 days, so I removed it. But today she does have the clock. Let me make some adjustments. Okay, how's that? Can Alexandra play bishop to e7? I would think so. It would be one of the moves I would consider. Over an hour for a game of chess is ridiculous. I mean, don't get me started on how it worked 30 years ago. Did Magnus get 300 more rating? No, so only people below 2,000 got more rating. So people who had 1,000 rating, they got to 1,400. And then people who had 1,100, they went to like 1,475. And then people who had 1,200 went to 1,550. And so on and so forth. So the higher up you got, the lower the number of points you got. And Alexandra, who's like almost 2,000, she basically only got a couple of points. If you were 1708, what happened? Let me check what happened to Andrea's rating. Andrea got 118 points. Yesterday was easily her biggest rating gain ever. It's a leap day miracle. Why did Alexandra's clock stop? Because I'm having trouble for some reason. So I'm having both browsers open in Chrome, but they refuse to it refuses to automatically update if I go to Andrea's game. So when I have Andrea's game open on my screen, then it stops doing the clocks and the moves on Alexandra's game, and vice versa. And I'm trying to figure out how I fix it. Chrome is your issue? Yeah, I know. Use a different browser. Well, every browser is based on Chrome right now, as I understand it. Not Firefox? Use OBS browser source. So I could do OBS browser source if I was only wanting to relay the current position, but I want to be making moves. Like I want to do arrows and make suggestions on what could happen next. So the OBS browser source only works if I want to show like a static situation. Alexandra played knight to h6. So the guy, we already saw a couple of variations where white could sacrifice their knight to try and lure the black king into the open. So knight takes h6, even though it is putting a piece on the edge of the board, it's actually very clever, because it's giving additional defense to a point in black's position that needed protection. And now, if she wants to, or if she feels the timing is right, Alexandra could potentially castle to the queen side and say, okay, I see you setting up with your pieces over on this left side, but I'm just going to ignore that completely and move my king over to the opposite flank, and then I'm going to be safe. And your pieces are going to look silly trying to attack in an area where my king just isn't. So right now I'm feeling pretty optimistic. Alexandra already is up a pawn, and like the computer is loving her position, and she seems to be playing reasonably quickly and confidently. Considering that it is slightly tricky having your opponent do such an onslaught, sacrificing a pawn and like really going for your head. So I'm liking Alexandra's play so far, and I'm liking her confidence in her defensive abilities. Let me pop over to Andrea. Andrea is still thinking. And honestly, that's a good sign, because it probably means she's noticed that pawn to b5 would lose a piece. And And Andrea has a good way of preventing this, which is actually quite a useful move regardless. She can play knight to d7 or knight to e8. The idea of both these moves is just to move the knight out of the way so that you open for the bishop to have influence in towards the important central squares. But an additional benefit of this move is that when white then continues the advance with the pawns on the king side, Andrea would be free to continue her advance on the opposite flank, because now pawn to e5 would no longer attack the knight, which already ran away, which means that black can easily find time to defend against the threat on the knight from the bishop. And like you can see from the eval bar, this would be a very favorable position for black because white is overextended, having played too many pawns too far forward, which in turn leaves a lot of area that Andrea can attack where the pawns don't have the situation under control. So, yeah, a very good sign that Andrea is taking her time. She probably identified the problem of just continuing her plan A. And indeed, yes, she does move the knight, and now she's ready to advance her pawn on the next move. That was one of the two good moves in the position. And it's all about removing the knight from danger, opening up for the bishop, and getting ready to push the pawn next. So far, so good. Andrea used 16 minutes on that move. So she spent a lot of time on that decision, but it was time worth spending. Because if she had just used 1 minute and she was like, okay, I played rook here and pawn here. Obviously, I did both of those things to control the b5 square, so I'm going to play b5 next. Like, you can play quickly, but then you make mistakes and you allow your opponent to come with this slightly hidden trap where they attack two of your knights at the same time and you actually end up losing the knight. So if there was any point in this game where it was a good idea to take a breather, think for a little, and figure out your next path, this was definitely one of those positions. And Andrea identified the problem and she figured out how to solve it. And now she's back to plan A. She just had a little detour moving the knight, but frankly, that knight needed to move anyway to open up the path for the bishop in towards the middle. So she hasn't really even lost any time doing that. It's more like this knight needed to move and this pawn needed to go forward. Do you go with the pawn first or the knight first? And then you figure out if you go with the pawn first, you're going to lose your knight. And so you change the order of your plan. So good play from Andrea. And let's check back in with Alexandra. And Alexandra has gotten her opponent thinking. And that has to be a good sign. One thing I'm curious about is whether Alexandra's opponent might be tempted to capturing this pawn. The pawn on h7 is attacked by both white's knight and white's bishop. However, if you do capture it, then you're kind of opening up for this rook to potentially point down on the black king. And it could be a bit of a problem. Computer is actually saying this is a winning position for Alexandra. Not that I understand why this is so good immediately. Bishop out points against the pawn. The queen out protects the pawn. Oh, wow. Knight to g4, says the computer, is absolutely shattering white's position. If the queen takes the knight, then the queen leaves the protection of the f2 pawn, allowing the bishop to come in. And then the bishop takes the rook. The king is out in the open. The knight comes in, captures a pawn in the center, attacks the queen, attacks the bishop. And if the queen steps back, then now even black's queen gets involved. And apparently this is just a complete disaster. It's a tricky line to fully understand because white does have 2 pieces in return for a rook, which is normally a good deal for white. It's just that the white king is completely defenseless against the onslaught of black's pieces. And also, like, look at these guys. They're not participating in play whatsoever. Wishing for 2 wins. Honestly, Perk, right now, like, it wouldn't surprise me if we get 2 wins. This has been a great start to the day. Alexandra already has a massive advantage according to the engine. She also outrates her opponent by 340 points. So, like, she's a massive favorite. She's gotten a good opening. She's played confidently. Like, even though her position looks scary, she hasn't really appeared scared whatsoever, and she's been playing quite quickly. So Alexandra, I would say at this point, it would be a surprise if she doesn't win. Because it really seems like she's got everything worked out, and also she feels very confident. Andrea is playing a higher rated opponent, so of course her game is going to be tougher. But so far she's in her preparation. She knows what her plan is moving forward. She wants to push that pawn up on the right side, and she identified a trap her opponent laid and avoided it. So far, it's been pretty much perfect play from both girls. Alexandra is playing down, which means playing a weaker opponent, so she should win, says Paul. I mean, yeah, in theory, but, like, chess is tough. And she played a weaker opponent yesterday too, but Romy was a fighter. She was tricky, slippery, got away from a bad situation. So you never really can take anything for granted. Which is why we should celebrate winning a pawn, having the engine's approval, even if it is a lower rated opponent, because every game is tough. There are no freebies. Kids are underrated. I have myself promoted the thinking that nothing is scarier in chess than a kid. But the truth is, the rating system most of the time is pretty good. So often when a kid has 1800, there's a reason they have 1800. Kids are more likely to have inaccurate ratings, but they're not going to be like 500 points better than their rating, especially not when they play frequently. In many ways, the way the rating system works, it would be more like Alexandra's rating that could be questioned whether it's accurate, right? Because she hasn't played in a really long time. And if she, in that period, has put in a lot of work, then probably she's underrated. Or if she hasn't put in a lot of work, then maybe she's overrated because she hasn't worked as hard as she did when she accomplished that rating previously. So the rating being underrated or overrated, it's It's more about the frequency with which you play. If you play often, being a kid or not, most of the time your rating is going to be accurate. Is it more likely they have more rating because of the K factor 40? I wouldn't say that, Daniel, because kids, even though like the sensitivity of their ratings moves more quickly in an attempt to kind of compensate for the fact that kids may improve very quickly. So there's a reasoning behind it and there's a mechanic in it. But it also means that if a kid has a bad tournament, they lose a lot of rating quickly. So having the higher K factor just means that your rating is more sensitive to your latest result, but that can go positively and negatively. But because kids have that higher coefficient, that's part of the reason why we can trust the rating system, because it's supposed to pick up a kid's improvement quite quickly, because it's part of the calculations. Andrea is now out of prep. Did she make a move? Okay, pawn to a4. Honestly, good move by Otto. And this might actually be why Andrea's latest move was slightly inaccurate. Because the reason she should have gone to this e8 square instead of the d7 square is because from the e8 square, if white then chose to try and prevent Andrea's main plan, then Andrea would be able to move her knight further over to the queen side. And here the knight is controlling the b5 square, once again enabling pawn to b5 next. So she made the right decision to move the knight away from the bishop, but she chose the wrong square to go to. She should have gone to this square, partly because then you can jump in towards the d4 square long term, but also because getting the knight here to c7 would help facilitate the b5 pawn break. Actually, the more I think about it, maybe this is quite a serious inaccuracy. Because from d7, the knight doesn't actually have anywhere to go next, which is part of the reason why. So d7 is a better square than e8, because from d7 it controls in towards the center. But d7 is a much worse square than c7, because from c7 you're supporting this square and you're supporting going further into the middle of the board to a square where there are no pawns that can attack your knight. So d7 is a better square for the knight in the short term, but in the long term, the knight doesn't actually have anywhere to go next. So now Andrea, she misses out on her plan A, and she needs to find a good plan B. Otto from the Czech Republic, he has managed to foil Andrea's main plan. Or has he? Maybe Andrea can go with her knight up in the center, and then this knight controls the b5 square, so that she can push this pawn up next. Okay, Andrea still has some ideas to try and facilitate. Andrea would really like to get this pawn forward. And part of the reason for that is because when you get this pawn forward, that pawn is going to be able to trade either to the left or to the right. And if you manage to trade off this pawn, it will mean that your rook is perfectly placed to put pressure down the open file. right now, if Andrea had the option of just removing the pawn from the board, giving herself a pawn less than the opponent, that would honestly not be such a bad idea, because it would really open up for the rook to put pressure down the file. And so Andrea is going to try to accomplish that through a trade. She wants to get rid of this pawn so that the rook can showcase its abilities. That's funny. Photographer in both shots. I don't think I'm gonna do anything about that though. Does the rating change by match or by tournament? So on chess.com, everyone's used to that your rating is updated for every game you play. However, in tournament play, in real life chess, over the board, then your rating isn't updated until the tournament finishes. It doesn't really have any practical consequences. Like, it's pretty much the same as the only thing is that it's less bureaucracy for the World Chess Federation to do it once a month instead of having to do it after every day, every game that's played all over the world. In a day, there's played probably 1,000 games all over the world. Okay, maybe a bit less, but it would be quite a big task to handle. Andrea moved. Yeah, pawn to e6. I think Andrea's idea is to play pawn to f5. So white has this plan of advancing their pawns on the king side. And that's quite dangerous. But one of the best ways of dealing with it would be to try and blockade the white pawns moving forward by putting your own pawn in the way. So this could be Andrea's idea, to blockade the potential white attack. And it looks kind of good, if you ask me. So I'm gonna give my stamp of approval for this move. Why is the camera on the right so high up? I can try to move it down. It depends on how the camera is set up in Prague. Yeah, no, I have some space here to move it. Oh, God. You happy? Are both players playing against the Botez sisters' brothers? They look so much alike. No, they're not brothers. Alexandra's opponent is from northern Norway. He is the second in command, what's it called? Second chair of the Harstad Chess Club. I did some Googling when trying to find some of his games for Alexandra's prep. while Otto, he is from the Czech Republic. But both guys are about 55 years old. If they're paired against each other, will they play the Knight's Dance? I mean, I would strongly encourage them not to do that, because that's cheating. Botez sisters don't fix games. Are you a chess coach? On occasion, Sparrow. But this is one of those occasions. Is Alexandra and Andrea siblings? Yes, they are, Universe. We think so. Chuck. All evidence suggests that they are. Papa Botez swears they are. We're gonna have to trust Papa Botez's judgment on this. Pretty sure Andrea's adopted. I mean, still siblings though. Which rating is shown for each? So I have decided to follow the principle of the World Chess Federation, who uses the rating that you had at the beginning of the tournament instead of the rating you get after or during. So this is the February 1st ratings for everyone involved. Andrea is 1800 now. According to the World Chess Federation, yes. Why did the opponent in Andrea's game move the king? Good question, Daniel. The only one actually focusing on the chess. So, Andrea had some ideas where she would move her knight into the center, and this knight would help facilitate this b5 pawn push that we would really like to see Andrea execute. But there were some circumstances. So let's imagine white just pushes the pawn forward. Then, after pawn to b5, white could try to say that I'm going to win your pawn. I'm going to trade my knight for your knight, and thereby remove the knight's protection of the pawn so that I may take this pawn for free afterwards. And here we get the explanation for why the king had to go. The knight is not allowed to take black's pawn because the king is in check. So this is the reason white moves the king here. It's all connected, because white anticipates such a scenario happening in the future, realizes that you don't want to have the recapture with the bishop giving a check on the king, and make sure to get the king out of the way to begin with. How is the rating gain and loss in tournaments calculated? If you're interested in the math, Pish, there's definitely some interesting websites you can check out. But in general, it's just a formula. It's essentially just math. But the math is based on a calculated expected score based on the rating difference between the two competitors. So in general, I don't know the whole formula, but in general, I want to say that if you have the same rating, you're expected to lose and win as many games, which is not a shocker. And then if you have a 200 rating point difference, you're expected to lose half and draw half if you're the lower rated. And then it kind of expands beyond that as well. Alexandra has been gone for 10 minutes. What are people doing in breaks? Well, with the exception of Alexandra's opponent yesterday, Romy, it's very normal to take a lot of breaks during the game, basically not to exhaust yourself. It's very rare to see someone, especially an 8-year-old kid, manage to keep concentration for 3-4 hours straight. So basically you're afraid of burning out, and what you would do on your break is normally you would look at some of the other games, you would check how your friends are doing, you'll check how maybe your opponents from a previous round, how they're doing. So Alexandra now, for instance, I would bet she checked Romy's game, I bet she checked Dina's game and Balash's game, and then she probably maybe went to the bathroom, maybe got a water bottle, maybe got an orange, that sort of thing. Did we confirm she was 8? No, I think it's still a educated guess, Reggie. She was 8 or 9, thereabouts. It kind of looks like Aline next to Andrea. It might actually be. Let me check. No. That seems to be Bushana Pidubnov. Wow. I mean, I'm bad at languages and names and whatnot. Bushana Pidubna. From Kiev. Flawless? I'm not sure about that. Disco. Like a native speaker? Yeah, absolutely. Knight c3 played on Alexandra's board? Yeah. A good developing move from white. Now Alexandra needs to figure out her plan moving forward. Does she want to castle to the queen side? It can be a bit risky. Putting your king on a file that's already open, so your opponent can try to attack down the open file. Could be a bit scary. Computer says if Alexandra now castles, it goes from black advantage to white advantage. So computer says castling queenside is a big mistake. But it looks like quite a logical move. By far the best move is bishop to c5. But I would be a little bit scared to play this move. Because bishop to c5, it feels to me like then you're just walking into the knight, attacking both the bishop and the queen. And apparently the only reason this is okay for black is bishop takes pawn. The king stays close to the bishop, so the king is ready to take the bishop if the queen no longer protects. But at the same time, if the queen tries to keep the protection of the bishop, then white's knight can return. And the knights are controlling all the squares the queen needs to stay on to keep the protection on the bishop. And here white wins. So there's actually a really tricky justification for why this is okay for black. And it's the move queen to b4. Queen to b4 releases the protection of the bishop, allows the bishop to be captured. But then knight to g4, check on the king. And if the king moves, then knight takes e5. These knights are protecting each other, but also you're attacking this knight. And if this knight moves back into defense, then pawn to h5, and apparently this is a dangerous attack against the king. This is insanely tricky. Extremely tricky. And if I was Alexandra here, I would not dare playing bishop to c5. Yeah, no, bishop to c5 was clearly the best move according to the engines, but it was basically impossible for a human to understand that you had to accept all those complications and sacrifice your bishop in order to create an attack. So Alexandra plays bishop to e7 instead, getting a question mark for that. But at the same time, the number one move for white, according to Stockfish, is pawn to h3. And I can absolutely guarantee you there's no chance whatsoever that pawn to h3 is played here. Like, that makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. Way more likely is something like pawn to a3, just trying to get these pawns up the board. But then the computer still thinks black is a bit better. Hikaru calculates that sequence in 2 seconds. I'm not sure. Definitely not in 2 seconds. But maybe when he has an hour on the clock in a classical game, he would figure it out. But is Hikaru human? Scholars can't agree these days. Kramnik doesn't think so. Kramnik would say disgusting. Kramnik would say interesting. Interesting. Vladimir Kramnik is typing. I saw a Kramnik meme on Discord the other day, and it was so good. It was like just a GIF of Vladimir Kramnik is typing. I guess that's what you're referencing. It was so good. I want that. GIF? Oh, whatever. Don't call it GIF, call it GIF. Damn it. Sure, that's what you're gonna care about, not, you know, cheating accusations in chess. Your priorities are poor, chat. Oh, and now we're having a GIF versus GIF war. What did I start? I like Otto's position. Okay, that's interesting because I'm not a huge fan. Andrea made a move. Queen to e7. Speaking of not being a huge fan, I'm definitely not a big fan of this move. This move seems very pointless. I think, if anything, it's going to be detrimental to Andrea's position. And the reason I say that is because I feel like there is some potential of this queen just being attacked by the knight. I don't see any circumstance in which having the queen here would be a good thing, but I do see circumstances where it could be a bad thing. But this is one of those positions where it's so tricky to play because you don't really have a clear plan moving forward. I think I would just play pawn to f5. I think I would play this move at some point anyway. So I would just do it immediately. And here's part of the problem why I don't like this queen move. Because after pawn takes and pawn takes back, if this happens, now I would be very unhappy having the queen in a position where it could be attacked by the white knight. So queen to e7, computer says it's fine, but I really don't like it because I can see so many situations in which this pawn gets traded off, and then having the queen there is just going to be a detriment because it's going to allow your opponent to get their pieces into play quicker. Let me see if I can find a situation where having the queen here would be good. Yeah, no. I cannot find a single situation where having the queen here is beneficial, but there's plenty of situations in which you want to move this pawn, either capturing on f5 or moving the pawn forward, where it would be bad allowing to get the knight further forward to attack the queen. Queen e7 is a mistake. But the problem with it is not that it's a bad move. The problem is that it's a move without a plan. It doesn't... I have no idea what Andrea is intending next based on this move. There's no natural follow-up. She's basically just trying to improve her queen's positioning a little bit. And in my mind, she actually worsened the queen's positioning. You saw a different move instead of queen e7. I mean, yeah, well, I was thinking this move pawn to f5. Because I think I want to make this move at some point anyway. And I might as well do it immediately. And then you could maybe play the queen up here. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that either, but then the queen would at least have some kind of intentions pointing down the diagonal, taking control of this d4 square. Whereas the queen on e7, I just don't see. I don't see the usefulness of that. My bottleneck right now is coming up with plans. You and everyone else, dude. It is the most tricky part of chess. And if there was an easy solve, everyone would be doing it. So one of the main things I would recommend is trying to play through top level games in your openings. And if you play an opening that no top players play, I would stop playing that opening and start playing a proper opening. Partly because part of the benefit of playing a proper opening is that you can then learn from the great players and kind of mimic what they do. Andrea's opponent played bishop e3. Yeah, this is a big moment in the game. Here, Andrea has only one acceptable move. If Andrea doesn't watch out right now, her opponent will be able to play pawn to d4, and then he will regain control of this square. Right now, Andrea controls the d4 square. She has 3 pieces controlling it, and there's only 2 pieces from white attacking it. However, if the pawn is allowed to move forward, then the queen will join the protection of the square because the scope of the queen increases as the pawn moves forward. And if the pawn gets to move forward another time, it would chase the knight away. The knight would no longer be able to use the d4 square. It would no longer be able to influence here. It would have to move away. And then in the course of 2 moves, we've gone from black having the superiority on this square with 3 versus 2. And now there's suddenly a 3 versus 2 situation just the other way around. So it's very important here that Andrea stops white from progressing with the pawn to d4 because that would lose black's grip in the center. Right now, Andrea actually has the grip on the center. She's in control. But if the pawn is allowed to advance, then white will take over. So she needs to prevent this, and the only way to do so convincingly is actually to move her knight in and just block the whole situation. The good news is that if Andrea finds this move, she's actually doing very, very well. This is one of those moves where if you don't do it, you're in trouble. But if you do it, you're doing very well. Because white cannot trade. The reason you haven't, Andrea doesn't want to move this knight in earlier is because you can just get traded off. But here, white actually cannot trade the knight because then the pawn will come in for the double attack, for the fork. So it's actually a well-known trick in similar situations that you wait until the opponent comes with their bishop thinking that they're going to push their pawn forward, and then you say, no pawn push for you, and my timing is perfect because now if you trade, I get the double attack. So big moment for Andrea. Knight to d4 or she's in trouble. One of the two. But I think she's going to find this. Why is bishop e7 a mistake? Bishop e7 isn't really a mistake in Alexandra's game. It's just that the computer found a really clever way to sacrifice a piece instead. So sometimes the engines will say something is bad because you didn't see something good instead. So it gives a question mark, not because it's a bad move, but because you had a much better option. Isn't Andrea 1800 with the new FIDE changes? Yeah, good cause, but FIDE rates tournaments with the ratings you had at the beginning. Will computers be the end to humanity? 5 years ago, I didn't think so. Now, I'm actually not so sure. They look like the same person. They really do not. Humanity will be the end to humanity. Wow. 2 guys posting the same comment at the same exact second. That's the thing I hate about Twitch chat. It's so difficult being original. Because whatever clever thing you thought to say, there's always going to be another guy saying the same thing. So many times I've wanted to make a joke in Twitch chat, only to see someone else managing to type it half a second quicker than me. Honestly, that kind of also relates to chess, because the way humans think is kind of similar both in comments and comedy and jokes, but also in chess. So if one player thinks that a position is good for them, the other player is rather likely to think the same, regardless of whether the computer thinks like that both are wrong. Humans think about chess in a very similar way. So if one player misjudges the position, very often the other player will also misjudge. It's such a typical thing, even at a very high level, that both players think that one guy was better all the time, and then the computer says, no, you both are wrong. But because we're kind of trained to think about chess in the same human way, we can make double errors in that way. Andrea played f5. I would definitely have preferred to see her playing this f5 move earlier. And I'm not a huge fan of that she's allowing her opponent to push forward in the center. She really it was very important for her. So if she had played this knight to d4, then she could have played this f5 move afterwards. Or if she hadn't played this queen move, if she played the pawn move first, then the bishop comes out, then she could move her knight into the center again. So she could have accomplished both of these plans if she was accurate in her play. But now she kind of got the worst of both worlds. The unknown Hannah Montana hit. Because now she both allowed the opponent to get this d4 break, and she's opening up for this bishop to be on the diagonal, and her queen is kind of exposed to a knight potentially jumping forward. in the future. So this was a big moment, and I think she got it wrong. Ooh, but her opponent plays... That's a mistake in return. Queen to d2. I don't like that move. Another chance for Andrea to move her knight up to d4. And now knight to d4 even threatens to win a rook. So I feel like now it's even more likely that she moves the knight up because it has this kind of threat included. But actually the computer says here white is doing good after rook to e1, which once again highlights the queen to e7 move. Because this queen is just misplaced here. And even though it's ridiculous how many pieces are between the rook and the queen, but even so, the engine believes the best move for black here is queen to d8. Just to get out of this potential problem of the rook pointing down on the queen. So yeah, queen up was definitely a mistake on Andrea's part. And it's going to cost her some time in reorganizing how she places her pieces. Alexandra's opponent didn't play h3. I mean, there was absolutely no chance in the world he was going to do that, though. So once again, I'm wanting Andrea to play knight to d4. I really think it's important to stop white from pushing their pawn forward in the center. I think that would be very unpleasant. But Andrea might get into some time issues. Because her opponent, it feels like Otto is trying to play quickly on purpose in order to stress Andrea and try to get her into time trouble. In the other game, Paul, Alexandra's opponent, has played bishop to f4. Which is just a good developing move. Getting ready to get the rook involved next. And it's kind of difficult for Alexandra to figure out what to do next. Because if she castles, then she loses this very important pawn on the edge. And then her king is poorly defended and everything is bad. So Alexandra cannot castle to the left, but if she castles to the right, then we're also kind of scared about this rook pointing down on the black king. So notice how the eval bar, if Alexandra castles, the engine just loves white's position, which means Alexandra cannot get her king out of the center, which in turn is very, very scary. That's a bad omen for the future. What's the best way to learn chess? Like completely from scratch? There's some good guides, I think, on chess.com if you want to like learn the rules. But after you learn the rules, I would really recommend learning how to give checkmate with just a queen against a king. And then learn how to give checkmate with a rook against a king. And then I would try to do some puzzles where you just try to notice which pieces are undefended and that you can capture for free. Those are my main recommendations when you're completely new. Did Alexandra beat the kid? No. Unfortunately, the game ended in a draw. Alexandra had good chances at 2 different stages, but in time trouble, she couldn't figure out the right continuation. Paul has an accent in his name, so there should also be the accents for the Czech name. While I do support your thinking, Chich, the reason Paul has his, it's not an accent, it's like a round thing. The reason is because I'm pretty proficient in Norwegian. So I know how it works in Norwegian, and I don't know how the accents work in Czech. And we don't trust Twitch chatters to contribute. Is the general truth. Why does Alexandra not play her queen to b2? Queen to b2 is definitely a move here. It captures a pawn and attacks the knight. But the problem apparently is knight to b5. When the knight tries to get in and do a check on both the king and the rook, and this check is really difficult to prevent because, like we mentioned earlier, Alexandra cannot castle her king because her opponent already has an attack ready if she chooses to do so. So I'm actually, the more I'm looking at this, the more concerned I'm getting. Because Alexandra's position is actually rather dangerous. Maybe pawn to a6 is the best. Because then you don't have to worry about this knight trying to infiltrate again. Shouldn't Alexandra smoke her opponent? 300-point rating difference? I mean, Andrea almost beat her opponent yesterday, and that was also a 300-point difference. Chess is tricky. Like, if chess was so easy that you would always win if you're the higher rated player, then no one would be interested, right? But you will have different situations that you're comfortable with, that your opponent is comfortable with. People make mistakes. People have good days. People have bad days. Good sleep, bad sleep. Sick, not sick. Jet lagged. If it was so predictable that the numbers could just tell you how it was going to go, I mean, where's the fun in that? You gave odds for 500-point difference. What are they for 300 points? So technically, I wasn't the one who gave those odds, Kamarainen. Those were an estimate based on how the rating system works. But using that same estimate from the rating system, when there's a 300-point difference, I think that means you're supposed to like win 4 out of 5 and lose 1 out of 5, thereabouts. So you're expected to win a lot more than you lose. But it's still tricky. Okay, Alexandra has now played 2 question mark moves in a row. And the computer feels that Black's position is worse at this stage. She's voluntarily given up her bishop pair, and now White's bishop is pointing in towards the black knight on the edge. If Alexandra wants to save that knight from being captured, then once again she's going to lose because of knight to b5. When this knight infiltrates, and now since Alexandra swapped off the bishop that was controlling the square on d6, there's no more defense on the square, which means the knight can come in and cause massive problems for the black king. So, yeah, Alexandra is in big trouble now. Yeah, that was just a massive blunder from Alexandra. I don't know what she was thinking, but basically, whatever, she could have played bishop takes knight later on. So whatever move she's about to play in this position, I would argue that she should have made that move first. So if Alexandra now plays a6 to prevent the knight from coming in to the d6 square, I would argue that Alexandra then should have played a6 here, because she's always going to have the option to capture this knight later on. So yeah. Okay, this has become officially super scary. The bishop is threatening to take the knight, which will ruin the black pawn structure. The knight is threatening to infiltrate into the d6 square. The king still cannot castle to the king's side, because this would still lead to a very scary attack with white's pieces pointing down on the black king. And she cannot castle queenside, because now the bishop is controlling this square and the king is not allowed to cross a square controlled by the opponent while castling. Wow, no, this is actually a complete disaster for Alexandra. She's in massive trouble right now. Andrea played knight to a5. Okay, we'll go back to Andrea's game, because right now, Alexandra's is slightly sad. Especially the fact that Alexandra still hasn't made her move, because she captured the opponent's knight. Obviously, the opponent was going to recapture. So it's a really bad sign when you make a move and your opponent only has one reply, and then you have to think after you made your move, because that kind of suggests that you didn't have your plan ready. Okay, actually, let me go back to Alexandra's, because she followed up playing the best move in the position, which at this point was really necessary, honestly. Because we were starting to get into the kind of position where another mistake from Alexandra would just be game over. So knight to b4 is a great move because it opens the bishop's control of the b5 square, making sure that the white knight cannot use that square to jump into the heart of black's position. But then I'm once again going to make the argument, if you wanted to go knight to b4, why not go knight to b4 here before committing to the trade between the bishop and the knight? Maybe she didn't want to allow bishop takes c. No, but then you can just take this one. Yeah, she really should have gone. It was unnecessary. She made an unprovoked trade between the bishop and the knight. And the consequence of that trade is that now white can capture the knight if they choose. Now Alexandra can no longer castle to the queen side because the bishop is controlling one of the squares the king has to pass to make that happen. And she could have just made this knight move first before making the trade. The good news is that Alexandra's opponent only has half an hour left. So the Norwegian with the white pieces, he's burning a lot of time, and maybe Alexandra can make something happen in her opponent's time trouble. So we haven't given up on this just yet, but we're gonna jump over to Andrea's game, I wanted Andrea to move her knight up to this d4 square, trying to prevent her opponent from pushing the pawn forward. Instead, Andrea plays knight to a5, which frankly is kind of a good idea, because now pawn to d4 is not possible due to the knight being able to capture the white pawn and then attacking lots of white pieces also afterwards. So, and also there's the threat of the knight coming in to attack both the queen and the rook. So in order to avoid the knight fork on the queen and rook, Otto, he chooses to move the rook one step to the side. And now the good thing for Andrea is that her opponent cannot play pawn to d4, which was my main concern in the previous situation. However, now I have a new concern, which is that white may play this move pawn to b4. If Andrea does like a nothing move on the side, pawn to b4 attacks the knight, and if there's a trade, that activates the rook, it activates the bishop, and it removes the black pawn that was having control in towards the center of the board. And Andrea is having a huge problem here in general, that her bishop is being blocked in every direction. She's really struggling to get her bishop into the game. So actually thinking about it, pawn to b6. Andrea needs to play this move now, because she needs to give a path for the bishop to join the fight. She cannot continue this game playing without one of her most important pieces. Thank you, Aethor. I'll look into it tomorrow. Let me just copy your comment into the group chat. Knight to b3, knight to d4 is good. I mean, it would be better moving the knight there in one move instead of doing it in 3 moves. But yeah, getting the knight to block in the center would be best. But if Andrea didn't do it on the previous move, I don't see her doing it now. You gain a tempo on the queen? Yeah, I mean, sure. But still, like, why do the 3 move way of getting there if you could have done the 1 move? No, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's an excellent idea. It's just that it was also an excellent idea earlier. And Andrea chose not to do it earlier. So she's probably not gonna... But maybe she changes her mind. Honestly, that's the hallmark of a good player. If you have the ability to realize your own mistake and say, actually, I should have moved my knight into the center earlier, and now I have a detour, yes, but at least I'm getting my knight to an important central square. So getting the knight to this d4 square or trying to improve the positioning of the bishop. Those are the 2 good plans for Andrea. Did she just sacrifice a pawn? No. Pawn to b6. Yeah, good. She's trying to deal with her bishop not being involved in the game. I approve. The good moves always look so easy when you're kibitzing. It's even easier for me, who has a computer running, A chess engine running with the 3 top choices in every situation. Doing commentary way easier than actually playing the game. How will the ratings be calculated after the tournament, considering the World Chess Federation's update today? So the general rule, Camille, is that the rating you started the tournament with is the rating that counts for the calculation of that tournament. So the change in the FIDE rating system is not going to affect the girls until their Iceland tournament next week. But for the Iceland tournament, Andrea will officially be an 1800 player. So something to look forward to. For Andrea, it might be actually beneficial. Sometimes it's beneficial to have a lower rating in the calculations, because then you can gain more rating playing against, for instance, a 2000 rated player. How many moves ahead does the computer calculate? That's a good question. So if you know how to use the computer on chess.com or turn it on in the analysis board, it will say depth and then it will say a number. And right now, the engine I'm running says depth 19. So that means it's calculating 19 moves ahead. However, normally in chess, when we say a move ahead, we mean one move for each player, but that's not how the engine works. So when the engine says 19, it means one move for white, one move for black, that's 2. And so when it says 19, it means 19 half moves, or ply, as we call it in the trade. But you can also increase the amount of calculation it does. So if you go to the engine settings and go to analysis, then you can look at the chess engine maximum depth, and you can say unlimited. Just, calculate as much as you can. And then it should be... Oh, interesting. So I can turn on mistakes, miss, brilliant, great, classification. So if I press here, then it will say whenever someone does the best move in the position. That seems good. Inaccuracy? Nah, we're not going to include that. We want to have blunder, yeah. Okay, save. So now it's going to tell us when someone makes the best move. Ooh, rook here was the best move. It gets a star. I always turn misses off. You just don't want to know, Alex. That's fair. What are your opinions on AI and how it will affect chess? It already did. So the current iteration of the Stockfish chess engine is now, it has both AI and brute force components. It's the best of both worlds. But like 5 years ago, the engines were a lot weaker than they are now because they didn't have that machine learning thing. Alexandra played her knight back. Okay. Oh God. That's the third question mark move in 4 moves. Her opponent played a gambit, and Alexandra responded to the gambit very confidently, in my opinion. I really thought she had stuff under control, because it felt like she was playing reasonably quickly and like confidently. And the computer was saying that black had a much better position. But the problem with playing against gambits is that it's gonna stress you out that you cannot castle. And Alexandra has, in her last couple of moves, she's given up her bishop pair and she's undeveloped her pieces, which is generally not like the greatest thing to have happen. The good news is that if Alexandra can just get her knight out to this g6 square, then she's going to be fine. So once again, it's a question of whether her opponent manages to exploit the problems in black's position before Alexandra gets her defensive strategy working. Alexandra setting up for the next game knowing the win is near. Oh, that's harsh. The win or the loss? What's the best move? The best move apparently is bishop to e3. I'm not sure White is going to find that move though. The problem is there's many other good moves as well. This isn't one of those situations where it's only one good move for White. I would imagine queen to g4 trying to target this pawn. I would imagine that's pretty good. I would think pawn to a3 is also pretty good. Okay, but it's much worse than moving the bishop back immediately. So what is the point of this bishop move? It attacks the queen. And if the queen retreats, then queen to g4 attacks both the knight on b4 and the pawn on g7. Oh, that's the problem. That's why the bishop back is such a good move, because it opens up for the queen afterwards. But her opponent is getting really, really low on time right now. He won't find it. I don't know, Jake. Using a bishop to attack a queen, it feels like quite a natural move. $1,600 won't find it. I don't know. I think you might be underestimating 1,600. This is not 1,600 chess.com rapid. This is all numbers are not created equal. Some numbers are better than others. I'm really intrigued. I watch. So whenever I talk to people that I don't know and they ask for like, do you have any recommendations or tips on how I can become a better chess player? And I talk to people and they say, I'm 1200, I'm 1100, I'm 1500. And I tell them 1500 what? Because it's very important to know that there's a huge difference between your rating on chess.com and your rating on Lichess, and your blitz rating on chess.com and your rapid rating on chess.com and your FIDE World Chess Federation rating. Those all operate within the kind of same numbers. They're all going to put you between 2,000 and 500, but they mean very, very different things. For instance, one of the things that I've had friends who are like shocked when I tell them that no, 800 blitz is actually quite good on chess.com. 800 rapid is not very good. I feel like it's quite undercommunicated how big the gap is between the rapid and the blitz ratings on chess.com. And the reason is that in the blitz pool, there are way more stronger players participating. Have you ever seen like 50 grandmasters playing 10-minute chess on chess.com at the same time? No, it just doesn't happen. Have you seen 50 grandmasters playing blitz 3 minutes at the same time? Happens all the time. It's a constant. And because there are more really strong players in the blitz pool, it makes it more difficult to get a good rating in that category, which is why it's super common to see people with 1500 blitz and 1500 rapid and 1100 blitz. So I would say 1200 rapid is about like 850 blitz. I would say it's about like a 350 point gap. So some people have come to me thinking that, oh no, I'm terrible at blitz. No, I'm only 900 in blitz, but I'm 1100 rapid. And I tell them, no, you're a great blitz player. 900 blitz is way better than 1100 rapid. And that affects people's choices, and it affects people's way of training chess as well. So if people think, oh no, I'm bad at blitz, they choose not to play blitz or stuff like that, when in fact there are entirely different reasons for why their ratings are not the same. Do you recommend to play rapid or blitz? I recommend playing a time control that means most of your games are not decided by just chucking pieces randomly at the end. If you play, if you never really use more than 3 minutes of your time in the rapid time control, I would definitely switch to blitz. Because then you're wasting your own time, because you're basically giving your opponent 7 extra minutes to think. And those 7 minutes you could have spent playing another blitz game, which would have increased your training because you play more games and you learn more, essentially. Okay, we gotta move. Queen to g4 is a miss, but it's still a really good move. He identified the correct plan, that the queen should try to target the pawn on g7. So this is still very scary for Alexandra. She probably needs to play something like pawn to g6 to make sure the queen cannot capture the pawn. But then all her pawns are on the light squares, and she has no bishop to control the dark square weaknesses that remain. So this is still highly problematic for black. Is Andrea's board stuck? I'll go back and update it. So Andrea played this pawn to b6 move, which was good because it enables her to get the bishop into the game. Her opponent captured Andrea's pawn, and now it's super important which pawn Andrea captures back with. She doesn't want to take with the middle pawn because that allows the white knight to jump forward and attack the queen. She doesn't want to take with a rook because then the rook can be exposed to attacks. The bishop could come, the pawn could come, even the knight could potentially come up here in some variations. So she needs to play the pawn from the g file to recapture. And that's what she did. And look at that. I'm glad we turned on the best move feature as well. Because now we can highlight that Andrea played the best move in the position. She captures in towards the middle. She now has good central control. Look at how all her pawns are contributing to controlling the 4 most central squares on the chessboard. And also what's good about this is that she'll be able to move her bishop up to trade with the white bishop on the next move, which will solve this problem because right now this bishop is being blocked by 3 pieces on the one diagonal. But the bishop is just going to switch diagonal, trade with the white bishop, and actually remove one of the important defenders close to white's king. So that was a big change in the position. And it has definitely improved Andrea's chances here. Andrea's a little bit short on time. She only has 29 minutes left, but her position is sound. She has good central control. And even though she kind of messed up a little with some of her knight moves, the control in the center with the pawns is just as important as the time she's lost maneuvering the knights. So I'm liking Andrea's chances here. She's definitely in this game. She could win. She could draw. But her position is sound. As opposed to Alexandra, whose position is dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous. That being said, Alexandra played one of the better moves here. She played pawn to h5, attacking the queen, making the queen decide. And this is why it was better for white to first try and attack the black queen and then enter with her own queen instead. Because Alexandra now says, okay, I'm attacking your queen, and you have to choose. You have to choose between attacking my knight and trying to attack my pawn. The only position from where the queen could do both of those things at the same time is here on this g4 square. But now that Alexandra attacks the queen, Paul has to decide which threat does he want to keep. Paul decides to keep the threat along the rank towards the knight, but now computer says Alexandra can retreat her knight and then try and get her queen in for a queen trade. And that would be huge for Alexandra. Computer actually says that if Alexandra retreats the knight now, it's back to being equal. This game has been a massive roller coaster of emotions, and it's not done just yet. But moving the knight back, it makes the attack against this white pawn. And if white tries to get the bishop so that you support the knight going into the attack, Alexandra is not going to eat this pawn, but instead focus on trying to get rid of the queens, which is going to make her position much easier to deal with. because without the queens, the attack white is trying to make happen is going to be much less dangerous. So knight to c6 now is a very, very important move for Alexandra. She needs to get her knight to safety, and she needs to try and trade off the queens next. Are there any other options for Alexandra? Not really. Any other move Alexandra could do, the computer is gonna give question marks and say white is winning. So it's really all about this retreat. But she's gonna find that for sure. Honestly, sometimes it's better that you only have one acceptable move. Because it means you're more likely to find the right move simply because all the other options are bad. Knight back is admitting you've done a bad move. Normally, I would agree with you, but here, moving the knight forward is what provoked white into retreating their bishop into a position where the bishop is blocking the rook from being able to enter the game. So there was a very good reason for moving the knight up when she did, and now there's a very good reason for moving the knight back because you want to have this queen trade. And she did it. Okay, good job. That's an important move. If she didn't play that, she would have lost. But now I feel like she has good chances of winning. Because even though the computer prefers white's position, if Alexandra manages to get the queen trade and her opponent only has like 20 minutes left, he's gonna make a mistake. He's not gonna be able to keep the initiative going, and Alexandra is gonna be able to win it. Maybe you're not showing best moves on Alexandra's board. Maybe I'm not. I thought it maybe updates on both. Good call. Best move. How come you're not doing this tournament? I'm a commentator, not a player. That has become my role in the world of chess. And I don't really mind, because playing can be super, super stressful. There's nothing more painful than losing a game of chess. Okay, I'm going to check in on Andrea. I'm feeling better about Alexandra's position. And honestly, I'm feeling better about Andrea's as well. Look at this. Andrea has played the best move for a second move in a row. And the computer is even saying that it prefers Andrea's position at this point. Her opponent played the move pawn to b3. The point is that he wants to defend this guy so that he can advance the other guy in the center. Andrea just moves the bishop up because that was her point with her entire plan. She needed to get her bishop into the game. And now white is going to play the move pawn to d4. Andrea will trade the bishops to remove one of the important defenders around white's king. And then how do we assess this? Okay, this is actually very, very important. Andrea needs to avoid capturing the white pawn in the center. If Andrea keeps the tension between these two pawns, then she's doing very, very well. But if she captures the white pawn, she allows the white pieces to come into play, and then white is much better. Okay, this is a really fascinating situation, and it's very likely to happen in the game. This position, good for black. This position, good for white. So it's very important to have the skill set and the patience to cope with tension between pawns, between pieces. Don't rush to trade in every circumstance, because here trading will allow the white pieces to get into better positions. However, if you just stay put, if white is the one to trade, then you get to open up for your rook, you get to keep the control of the central squares, and if your opponent tries to attack this pawn, then you can easily defend it, no problem. So if Andrea has a patient mind, I think she's going to win this game. If. I did say if. A very important if. So you're saying it's a draw? No, if Andrea is not patient with the tension in the center, then she's gonna lose. It's a really interesting circumstance where if you capture, you're probably gonna lose. And if you don't capture, you're probably going to win. This tension between the pawns is really interesting. It's a really good example of, that trades can often favor the person who doesn't execute the trade. Because normally when both players have well-placed pieces, or in this case, both players have well-placed pawns, if you're the one who makes the trade, you allow the opponent to replace their well-placed pawn with something else. So when you both have well-placed stuff, none of you should want to trade, because if you make the trade, your opponent just gets to replace one good pawn controlling in towards the center with another pawn controlling in towards the center. What moves are we on? Andrea is on her move 18. She needs to play quickly now. She needs to just trade the bishops. Nothing to think about here. She needs to trade the bishops, and then is the key moment where it's super important that Andrea does not go for the trade in the center. And she's getting pretty low on time. So it's a very difficult, it's a tricky realization to make, but right now, if she makes the good decisions, Andrea's going to have great chances to win this game. But it's so important that you don't take this pawn in the center. Because if you take the pawn, then you no longer have the pawn controlling this square. That's a bit of an irony in chess. But the only square a piece can never control is the square it's currently on. So right now, this pawn is controlling this square. The knight can never move up there. But once the pawn moves to the square it was supposed to control, then you lose control of that square and you allow the opponent to come forward. Okay, exciting moment in Andrea's game. Let's check in with Alexandra. Her opponent has also played the best move, Right now, he's threatening to move the knight up to b5 and then to d6 and moving further in towards the black king. Alexandra should here 100% play queen to d4. Queen to d4 is an excellent move because it's difficult for white to avoid the queen trade. If the queen steps back, the black queen can just follow the white queen. So actually, queen here into the center is a guaranteed queen trade. And I spoke to Alexandra before the game, and Alexandra said, and I quote, I'm not so sure about this line in our prep where we go for the queen trade, because I don't like trading queens against a lower rated opponent. But when you're up a pawn and your opponent is attacking you, go for the queen trade. Alexandra played a6 instead. Andrea, oh no. Two bad news in just a couple of seconds there. Alexandra being stubborn, refusing to trade queens, even though she's up a pawn. And then Andrea doesn't keep the tension. We all knew it was coming. We had a suspicion, mob. We had a suspicion. We didn't know. We had an educated guess. Not trading queens is good given the time situation. I disagree, Cecil. Because given the time situation, if you trade the queens, then the chance of your opponent finding the correct follow-up to justify the fact that he's down a pawn is going to be difficult to find in time trouble. Often it's easier to play attacking moves in time trouble than to play accurate, kind of justifying your down a pawn moves. But I do agree that Alexandra may have thought what you're saying. So that could have been her thinking that I don't want to trade queens because he's low on time. But I really think that his attack being so dangerous should be a bigger factor in the discussion than his time situation. Rationale, yes. Thank you, Catface. A6 is a reasonable move, though. A6 is okay. It's just that she had the opportunity to trade queens, and I just had a fight with her about not being so scared to trade queens against the lower rated opponents. So I'm also bringing in my own emotions into it, because we just had that discussion right before the game. Okay, knight takes pawn. That makes sense. The knight is trying to target this pawn. Now Alexandra has to watch out for the white rook trying to attack down towards the queen. Sorry, Andrea. Did I say? This is my first time doing dual commentary. I think, is it the first time Alexandra and Andrea play in the same tournament? It might be, no? I get confused every once in a while. I don't understand why they both had to be a Botez. Like Papa Botez, Andrea, and Alexandra, all a Botez. Is it like a joke or what? It's a Romanian thing. Don't worry about it. Okay. Do Mama and Papa Botez have the same initials? I don't think Mama Botez's first name is A. No. At least then I would understand it, right? Because then it would be like an internal family joke. Okay, Andrea needs to go knight to c5. But I'm almost certain that's what she's gonna do. It's the only way to justify that you made this trade. You lost your pawn that was doing a great job controlling in towards the center, but at the same time you did create a route for your knight to move forward. So knight to c5 really is the only way to justify your play. And frankly, right now, I would like Andrea also to play a bit quicker. She's getting a little low on time. 21 minutes left. And Andrea has 21 moves left to play until she gets an additional 30 minutes. The good news today is that today Andrea knows she's getting an additional 30 minutes, as opposed to yesterday when she had no idea what the time rules were. So her understanding of the rules is improving by a day-to-day basis. So I saw someone in chat discussing what rule is it Andrea's going to learn today. But I think she's set. I think now she knows the time rules. She knows that you have to keep your score sheet for every move as well. I don't see what else she could mess up. But I'm sure chat has some suggestions. Does she know where her water is? Cleverly, Andrea has not brought a water bottle since she stole her opponent's water in round 1. I think her solution was just, if I don't bring water, I'm not going to steal my opponent's water. Which is true. That's a legitimate strategy. Using cups? Well, I'm assuming she has coffee in her cup, though. I mean, what kind of a maniac would have water in a cup? That is just unacceptable. She had a bottle earlier. Okay, so she probably has a water bottle on the floor then. But drinking water out of a cup, that is just not okay. 5 minutes for Paul? That is not good news for him. And frankly, this is not a good move either. Now Alexandra can maybe get a queen trade under favorable circumstances. Ooh, actually the queen... Yeah, so now if Alexandra tries to get the queen trade the way she should have on the previous move, now this is actually a mistake. Because after the trade, the knight is able to get into the heart of Black's camp. And this knight is actually causing a lot of trouble, and then the rook will come. And yeah, this is very scary for Black. However, this time, Alexandra can move to the b4 square instead, offering the queen trade with the white queen. But if the queen trade is accepted, then Alexandra will get an attack on the knight and an attack on the bishop at the same time. Pardon me. This time I didn't hold it back, since chat said that was unhealthy. yesterday. I've really let it go, like I was told. You go, girl. Thank you. Okay, so Alexandra's gonna win. Maybe she's gonna refuse to trade queens yet again, just to piss me off. But she's gonna win because her opponent is down to 5 minutes, and there's just no situation in the world where I can imagine Alexandra giving this away when her opponent is in that much time pressure. They only played 18 moves so far. Her opponent needs to make another 22 moves before getting an additional 30 minutes. Yes, he is getting 30 extra seconds per move that's being made, but I mean, surely it's not going to be enough. So I'm feeling really, really good about Alexandra's chances. Let's pop over to Andrea. Andrea's main problem right now is the time. She would have had excellent chances to win if she had kept the tension between the pawns. Making the trade between the pawns has really helped White because now White has this really strong knight in the center of the board. But it's not the end of the world for Andrea because she's got this good knight coming up through the center as well. She has a really bad knight on the a5 square. But so we're hoping her opponent makes a bit of a mistake now. So like, what kind of mistake can we imagine here? Rook to e1. That seems like a reasonably logical move. That's a mistake. Oh. I was going to say here, Andrea can move her queen, give a check on the king, and then get this knight off the edge of the board and into the middle. But actually, my plan is kind of bad. And instead, computer says, after rook to e1, Andrea can give up her bishop, but it's okay because the bishop, you give it up so that the knight no longer controls the pawn on b3. Yeah, so her opponent protects. There was a trick here. Andrea was actually threatening to give away her amazing bishop because then she would be able to capture a pawn thereafter. And not only would she capture a pawn, she would also get her knight off the edge of the board. So her opponent played queen to c2 to keep the pawn protected. But now we can play this plan, right? Queen here, check on the king, and then get the knight off the edge of the board. Okay, computer is not a big fan, but I feel like it makes a lot of sense. Computer is saying that Andrea should sacrifice a pawn. Pawn to d5, pawn is captured, and then instead of recapturing, rook to c8. And you just try to point your rook down on the opposing queen. And if the pawn continues capturing, then you probably do something good here. Okay, this is a bit too tricky for me to fully understand. This is one of those circumstances where Andrea has a lot of different plans, but she's quite low on time. So she doesn't have enough time to really consider all the different consequences of the different plans. Very tricky position for Andrea. I'm going to pop over to Alexandra because Alexandra has actually traded the queens. Can you believe it? And she's rewarded with the best move signal. The rook comes in towards the middle of the board, trying to go on the open file. Alexandra goes for the queen trade, exclam, and now knight to b4 is a winning move because it attacks the bishop and the knight at the same time. Also very good is knight takes pawn in the center for the same reason. Attacks the bishop and attacks the knight at the same time. So things are looking good. Her opponent is down to just 4 minutes. Things are looking good. If the board registers all their moves, why do they have to write them down like peasants? Because peasants in the olden days didn't have these electronic boards. So it's kind of a tradition. It's like the rules are the same for everyone, regardless of whether you get the privilege of playing on the relay boards or not. I also think it's kind of a cute tradition to always write down your moves. I have my score sheets from when I played Magnus back in 2000. And it's such a cool memory. I also have my score sheet from when I beat Magnus when he was the world champion in 2015. It's a very nice memorabilia momentum. Completely accidental that I managed to get a couple of "I beat Magnus more than once" comments in there. It was just to make a point about the writing of the moves, of course. What's your record against Magnus? The important thing to know is that my tournament record against Magnus, I don't count the losses. So I'm not sure how many losses, but I have 3 wins. 3 wins and a draw, I think. And then the losses, we don't count. "62 losses. It's fewer than 62. But it might be double digits. Why does Andrea get stronger opponents than Alexandra? That's a really good question. But the reasoning is that they see first they look at who has the same amount of points, and then they kind of split that group into 2, where the number 1 on the upper half plays number 1 on the lower half. So the tournament system is made in such a way that you always get a bit of a discrepancy between the opponents in the pairing system. And this is done, I think the main reason why this is done is because you don't want to have the number 1 and number 2 player playing against each other in the first round, essentially. In very short terms, that's why it works like this. But I'm not sure that's the right way to do things. So I actually promoted once on Twitter that why don't we start having random pairings within the point group? people on Twitter were not happy with that suggestion. But my argument was that rating is like a silly concept. It's silly that we're rewarding people for having a high rating in that we give them easier opponents. So why not make the drawing random so that everyone is treated equally? But yeah, people didn't like that. I was not called a commie, but you get the gist. Why are the clocks not running on Andrea's side? I'm having some trouble with my thing. We liked it better when Andrea's clock was not running, to be fair. I'm moving back. We updated Andrea's clock, discovered that she's getting in massive time issue, and it's better to just move back to Alexandra's board and be blissfully unaware of Andreas's time issues. My record against Magnus is 4 wins, 1 draw, 14 losses. It's not too bad. But one of those wins were in an online blitz game, so I didn't count it. It's a nice win, though. En passant checkmate. You did what? I en passant checkmated Magnus. Alexandra made a video on it. You should check it out. Was that your first ever en passant checkmate? Yeah. I mean, that's like a 1 in a million. That never happens. Most people never do an en passant checkmate ever. Also, a comment on from BotezLive. I'm guessing it's Vila, or it might be a reveal that someone is watching and wanting to promote the new YouTube channel. In either case, I feel obliged to tell you that there is a new video out on the new Chess Botez YouTube channel. And the video is Alexandra's recap of her game against the very, very talented Romy Milner. We're hoping in 10 years' time, it's going to be the story of how Alexandra almost beat the great Romy Milner. But for the moment, it's the story about how Alexandra almost lost to an 8-year-old. I can only say what a difference a decade makes. But we'll see if that video becomes a classic with time. It definitely could be. Why spoil? I didn't spoil, I think. Why spoil? I assume you watched my broadcast yesterday. I don't think that's an unfair assumption to make. Okay, whatever. Is Andrea still thinking? I'm really hoping she does. Andrea played the best move. Rook to c8. Great move. And now she can sacrifice the pawn afterwards. She can go d5, and if this pawn is captured, then knight to e4, and she wins. Her rook and her knight is attacking the white knight, and if the white knight moves, the rook will be able to take the queen. That's a really, really good move from Andrea. And I think the fact that she made this move means that she's also aware of this d5 trick. Which means her opponent should probably move the queen away from the rook's pressure. But if the queen moves back, maybe you can like sacrifice. Okay, computer wasn't such a big fan of that. Okay, so queen back, probably the best plan for white. White needs to realize that the rook pointing down on the queen is super dangerous. She did think on this move for like 20 minutes. 10 minutes and 44 seconds, sir. But yeah, more than half of the time she had remaining. We really need her opponent to make a mistake now so that Andrea can create some trickery with this rook pointing down on the queen. Alexandra is still thinking, but she has two good moves to choose between. And Alexandra's opponent is down to just 4 minutes on the clock. It's very likely that Alexandra will win her game. So the big question is, what about Andrea? Andrea's opponent moves the bishop back. Now computer says sacrificing the knight is good. Ooh, and now computer says if pawn to d5, then white can do a fork on the knights. But actually, this is not a problem because then knight takes pawn, pawn takes knight. The knight can do a double attack on the queen and on the rook. And when the queen moves, first you take the rook, then you take the pawn, and then because you have these two pawns advancing up the board, in addition to a rook in trade for a, well, not really a bishop, in trade for two knights, computer says this is winning for black, which is not at all obvious. But very interesting, intriguing. Okay, this position is about to take fire, set ablaze, whatever the expressions are. Computer says pawn to d5 good, bishop takes knight good, and knight takes pawn is also good. If knight takes pawn, knight takes back, rook takes, there's an attack from the bishop and the rook on this knight. White can try to defend, but then another rook joins. The knight cannot move because then the queen will be in trouble behind. And this is a very good position for Andrea. Knight takes pawn is absolutely brilliant. Pawn to d5 is also very, very interesting. Apparently bishop takes knight is good too, but that doesn't make sense to me. Andrea has a couple of really tricky moves. But the problem is she only has 6 minutes left on her clock. And how could she possibly manage to calculate all of these consequences? Okay, we're going to stop by Alexandra. Alexandra does play knight to b4, attacks the bishop and attacks the knight. Paul, he plays knight to c5. The idea is to save the knight from the bishop while also keeping protection going towards his own bishop. And now the only winning move for Alexandra is pawn to b6. Pawn to b6, attacking the knight. And if the knight takes the bishop, then we don't take back, but instead we take white's bishop, because then we also get an attack, a fork, on the 2 white rooks. So pawn to b6 is the move. And I don't really mind Alexandra taking her time here. Oh, she doesn't play it. Knight takes. Well, the good thing about this is that Alexandra has an extra pawn. She has way better time. And computer says she's much better, but not winning. But it's like, I mean, surely she's going to win in the long run, no matter what, especially considering her opponent's time issues. So I think this is going to be fine. Okay, finally, Alexandra is going to be able to get her knight into the game. She tried earlier to get the knight forward, but she got stuck on the edge. Now she's going to try to get the knight more in towards the middle of the board. Although first probably she should play this bishop to c6 move, because she wants to prevent the white rook from getting into an attacking position in the heart of black's camp. So bishop c6 and then knight to e7. That seems sensible for Alexandra. Andrea in time trouble. I mean, Andrea spending time here is not a problem as long as she plays one of the good moves. But if Andrea spends lots of time here and decides in the end to just start retreating her pieces. Oh, computer says even this is a good move. Oh, so basically everything is a good move for Andrea. Everything except not making a move and losing on time. We're gonna need a decision, Andrea. You are in a hurry. Can you promote a pawn to a bishop? You can, Newton, but I wouldn't recommend it. She sacks? Oh my god! Oh my god! The double exclam! What a move! Let's go! That is wild! I'm going to the live feed on my second monitor. I want to see the opponent's reaction. It's incredible how calm both of them are. Like, if this happened to me, I would be looking up at my opponent and be like, are you a freaking idiot or are you a genius? And he's playing a 1700 rated player, so you kind of assume you're not playing against the biggest genius there is. But Andrea, making her introduction on the world stage, cracking her neck a little bit, having already done the major decision making here. She sacrificed her knights in order to open up for the rook to come in, putting pressure down towards the white queen and the white knight. I'm sorry, Alexandra, but we're just not gonna care much about your game anymore, because this is where it's happening. Knight takes. I'm surprised by that move. That's very surprising to me, because now Andrea's move becomes so easy. Andrea only has one good move here, but it's the most obvious thing in the world. To use the rook, capture the pawn, you have this pressure from the bishop, you have the pressure from the rook, and you also have the ability to bring your next rook into this attack on the next turn. Andrea about to play a masterpiece right here. This is fantastic play. But computer still says it's equal. Somehow the engine thinks that white is okay. But I don't understand why. I mean, the guy is about to lose 2 pawns. There's no way for him to save this knight in the long run. Andrea, make your move. Oh, you're stressing us out. She's down to just 2 minutes. Moves are happening on Alexandra's board as well. Quite a lot of moves. Alexandra is up a pawn. She will likely win. She managed to include all her pieces pretty well. But Alexandra is not the star of the show today. Andrea with the double exclam. For those of you just joining us, Andrea Botez on the previous move sacrifices her knight for a pawn. She wins another pawn afterwards. She's gonna win this knight. She has both the rook and the bishop pointing in towards the knight. The knight cannot move because then you lose your queen. You can try to protect, but then another black rook will be included in this pressure. It looks as though Andrea is about to win this game. But she only has 2 minutes left. What move number? The reason that's important is because when we get to move 40, Andrea will get an additional 30 minutes of thinking time. So basically, she needs to keep her advantage until she can get more time to kind of calm down and start playing all the well-considered moves again. And right now we're on move 23. Andrea needs to make another 17 moves before she gets the extra 30 minutes. The good news is that she gets 30 seconds extra per move she makes. So no matter how slowly she plays, she's always going to have 30 seconds per decision. She also has time to analyze on her opponent's clock. That's a good point, while up. That's a very good point. She needs to use her opponent's thinking time right now. What does engine suggest for white? Engine suggests rook to f3, but I don't see that happening. It feels pretty obvious to me that even if you increase the defense, you're always just going to get hit by a further attack afterwards. So it feels kind of pointless. It feels like moving the rook up is just going to encourage more trades. Yeah, and there's a very important point here that whenever white chooses to capture the black knight, Andrea shouldn't recapture. Because if she recaptures, then the other white rook will be able to defend in from the side. Instead, what Andrea should do is when the knight captures on the edge, then she first captures the white knight attacking the queen. The queen has to save itself, and then you can attack. You can capture the knight. So I mean, this is still very, very tricky. Andrea having only 2 minutes left, she could easily make a mistake, but she could also easily win the game, which would put her tournament performance at above 2,000 rating. We often talk about rating performance in chess, which basically means that if you played at this level in every game, your rating would be this. And if Andrea wins this, she will have a rating performance above 2,000, which means that if she continues playing as well for the duration of the Botez Europe Tour, her rating is probably going to be 2,000 at the end of it. Alexandra's clock is stuck. We don't care about Alexandra right now. Alexandra is going to win her game. This here, the rook pointing down on the white queen. That's where it's happening. Do you recognize this from your own career? Seeing brilliant moves but running out of time? I am familiar, yes. But my brain is very, very slow, to be fair. It's a very, very good sign for Andrea that her opponent is thinking right now. And frankly, he has 26 minutes remaining. So we could be sitting here for a long time. But at the same time, it's very human instinct to want to move quickly when your opponent is low on time. So part of what I'm hoping is going to happen right now is that Otto is going to move quite quickly to try and punish Andrea for her lack of time management. But that could also increase the odds of him making an additional mistake, which in turn will increase Andrea's chance to win. It's a very interesting psychological thing also happening now. The lower rated player makes an incredible sacrifice while having no time left. It creates a tricky situation for both players on how to move forward. Do you play quickly and try and hope that your opponent makes a mistake in time trouble? Or do you spend all your time letting your opponent think extra on the current situation, but then on the other hand, you increase your own odds of finding the right defensive moves? White bishop d5. If you move the bishop up, this is part of the reason why this rook placement is so good. Like, if this rook had been further down on the board, then moving the bishop up would be a great move. But because this rook not only is pointing down on the queen, pointing down on the knight, it's also pointing towards the d4 square. So if white tries to block this bishop's path to the knight, then you can just capture. And you have the rook helping you out in that sequence. So like everything is perfectly placed for Andrea. And like, look at her last couple of moves. Best move, brilliant move, best move. She's on a roll right now. What happens if bishop takes pawn? Well, if bishop takes pawn, then we're free to just capture the knight. And we're attacking the queen, we're attacking this guy. We won a pawn. Oh, and also computer says that we're gonna have this double attack, which is a nice bonus. We were gonna win anyway, but having the queen attack the white king and the bishop at the same time just hastens White's demise. So like, this could be it. On the first day, we got a double loss. On the second day, we got a double draw. And right now, it is looking like it could be a double win on the third day. Don't jinx it. Twitch chat and jinxing concerns. Can you name a better combo? I am the king of jinxes. Andrea should accept a draw? No. Andrea should go for the win here. Her opponent is really nervous. She played a brilliant move. Yes, the computer says with perfect play, White can defend. But her opponent is not going to play perfectly. And frankly, neither is Andrea. So it's going to be a really exciting finish, but I think she has good chances to win. Every day when Hammer praises them, they blunder. Well, let's make today an exception then. Okay, let's check in with Alexandra. I think it has occurred to Otto right now that he might be in some trouble. I think he realized that Andrea's plan was kind of genius. And we're going to just make sure that Alexandra manages to win the game, where she has had a winning advantage now for some time. Alexandra is up a pawn. Her king is better placed towards the middle than the black king. Kind of nervous about her bishop. Alexandra's bishop could be in some trouble. The pawn right now is trying to come up to attack it. What's the plan moving forward? I guess one of the things Alexandra is spending a lot of time on right now is whether or not she should make a double trade of the rooks. Because generally, when you're winning, you want to try and trade, if possible. But here, there might be an exception to that rule. Because notice how Alexandra's bishop attacks the light squares and Paul's bishop attacks the dark squares. And that could result in a kind of blockade where, because the black bishop is unable to get control of this d4 square, it's going to be difficult for Alexandra to progress her pawn. Because that's a dark square that white controls and that black can never control. And as I say that, she's going for the double trade. Oh, she's not doing the double trade. She did the single trade. That was much better according to the computer. Computer didn't like the double trade, but it did like the single trade and then going back with the bishop to block white from getting in. I don't fully understand why, though. Ooh, pawn to g5. Oh, gosh, but that's like a proper grandmaster move. Oh, Paul is trying to move his knight up to the blockading square and trying to trade knights. And even though white is down a pawn, if you can get this situation with the bishops on opposite colored specters, then it might actually be reasonable chances for a draw. Okay, Alexandra has not sealed the deal just yet. And Andrea's opponent is still thinking. Jinxed. Why pawn to g5? Yeah, let me explain that. So pawn to g5 is brilliant because right now these pawns are protecting each other. But one of the reasons pawn to g5 is so brilliant is that after the black pawn is captured, black will move over here with the rook, have this guy under control, and there's no way for white to keep this pawn defended. And once that pawn is captured, we will also have good chances to capture the other pawn on the square next to it. But actually, the more I think about this, the more this kind of looks like a draw. Because right now, we're doing so many trades that white could be able to put up a blockade. Basically put the bishop in front of the extra pawn Alexandra has. And it's very difficult to push that bishop away. Because this guy's the problem. This guy can only attack the light squares, which makes it difficult to break down white's dark square blockade. Yeah. Okay, tricky still. Alexandra's game might actually be really long, now that I think about it. Moving back to Andrea, Otto actually found the best move. He plays rook to f3, but the question is he only postponing the inevitable? Andrea very quickly plays rook to c8. She has both her rooks pointing down at the white queen. She's got the bishop pointing in that same direction as well. There's no way for white to keep this knight defended. The only idea white has is trying to trade the knights and then using the rook, the other rook, to keep protecting in from the side. But very crucially, in this situation, if Otto chooses to take the black knight on the edge, it's very important that Andrea first captures the knight, because now she's attacking the queen. So first you take the knight you've been putting all the pressure on, and then you can take the other guy. So I think this is going to happen. I think knight takes knight is going to happen. And then Andrea has 2 minutes to figure out the key difference between which knight to capture. It's crazy that Andrea's game is equal. Yeah, it's wild. The computer is finding some kind of magical defense for white. And so far, Otto is actually following it. Okay, knight takes knight has been played. Andrea, 2 minutes to figure out that you need to capture this guy first. You want to capture both of them, but then it makes sense to capture the one that includes an attack on the opposing queen at the same time. Move? No, we don't want to encourage a quick move here, Chura. We want her to take her time to get this decision right. Wow, Alexandra actually found that g5 move. That is very classy play from Alexandra. And Andrea finds it. Wow, both sisters playing very well right now. I'm actually gonna go visit Alexandra there for a bit. Alexandra found this G5 move. It was the computer's top choice. I swear it was the computer's top choice when I checked it. And it's like a very classy positional move. That's a proper Grandmaster move. And Alexandra found it. Good for her. Ooh, and now computer's actually saying pawn takes is better than rook takes. Because if you go pawn takes, then you have two pawns trying to move forward. And then white is unable to make a blockade for both of those pawns. That seems very counterintuitive. Okay, Alexandra does take with the rook. Now she's threatening this pawn in the center. Matisen is going to defend that pawn with his rook. And now Alexandra maybe... Oof. This is still a very tricky position for Alexandra. Probably she should try and reroute her bishop into the middle. Yeah, I like that. Bishop here. And then bishop here. And get that one into the middle. This might actually be a draw. I feel like Alexandra has played this so well, but it still might be a draw. Okay, one thing is sure, this game is going to last more than 40 moves. So we're just going to put this Alexandra game on a little pause. And we're going to go back to Andrea. Because in Andrea's game, they're having basically a fist fight. Alexandra is having a fight of nuance. And Andrea is having a fight of just bang, 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 bang. It's her style. Oh my god. Otto keeps finding the good moves. Queen to e2, the best move, because it's now targeting this pawn on the side, but it's actually also targeting this square. Andrea has to take the knight on the edge, but now rook takes b2 is actually, rook to b8 is actually super dangerous for Andrea. Because now if she tries to move her king forward, the queen will come in, check. That's why that square was so important for the queen. And here the king actually loses with all white's pieces coming in for the attack. This was the only saving variation for white and the only variation that could be tricky and dangerous for Andrea. And Otto has found it. The check comes in. Andrea only has one acceptable move and she finds it. She blocks with the bishop. Great move from Andrea. Both of these players are playing out of their minds right now. Andrea has 2 pawns more than her opponent. But the queen can come in to an attacking position and capture one of the black pawns at the same time. You got to give it to Otto, under pressure but finding good moves. He's been defending perfectly. He literally found all the right moves. But now that Andrea so confidently moved the bishop back for the defense, I think Andrea still has really good chances to win this. So I guess what's going to happen now is queen takes pawn. Then Andrea is going to move her queen over. Otto is going to try to have the rook and queen work together. in an attack against the black king. But then Andrea can make a queen trade, attacking both the king and the queen. After the trade, Otto can try to target this pawn on the edge. But what happens? Check. Check. Yeah, actually, there's no way of defending this pawn. And you can't get a good attack on the white king. It might be a draw. It might be a draw if Otto finds all the right moves. And the good news right here is that I think Andrea doesn't really have any danger. I mean, Otto might try to win. He might play something like bishop to d4, trying to get this bishop pointing in towards the black king. Oh my god, look at this move, suggested by the engine. The only move to get an advantage with black here is rook to c8. But it's such a hidden resource. Oh, and he plays it. He plays it. Bishop to d4. Otto doesn't want no draw. He wants to go for the win. He wants to point his pieces in against the black king. And now Andrea has this incredible rook to c8 move, which would put her in a great spot to try and win this game. Rook to c8. It looks like it's just a blunder. But after rook takes rook, the queen comes in, gives a check on the king, and attacks the rook. The king hides, the queen captures the rook, but the queen also protects both of the black pawns that were under attack. She doesn't find it. But her move, Andrea's move, does protect this pawn that was under attack. Okay, now I'm scared about this move. This is the only move I'm really scared about. Bishop to a1. It feels scary because then on the next move, white would try to go queen to b2 and you would have the queen and bishop working together on the long diagonal. So this is really the only thing we're scared about right now. If Andrea could get a couple of moves. Yeah, actually, Andrea's problem is that she's struggling to activate her queen because the queen always has to protect this pawn. If Andrea tries to move the king up so that the king takes over the queen's defensive duties, then you allow the white queen to come in. In fact, speaking of the white queen, maybe you try to move the queen up right now. That's what he did. Chat sees the double question mark, but chat doesn't realize that this position is so scary. There's only one move here for Andrea. Rook to c4. You need to disrupt this bishop and stop it from keeping its diagonal down towards the black king. And it can be a tricky move to find because you just moved your rook. And also the most logical rook move is moving the rook to give a check, but that's not good for some reason. Rook to c4, only winning move. Andrea has 1 minute 20 seconds. Andrea is in danger here of losing. Otto, yes, he made a mistake objectively, but at the same time, he's moving all his pieces into attacking positions to stress Andrea out. Right now, white is threatening rook to e8. So let's imagine Andrea does a nothing move. Then rook to e8 attacks the queen. The queen can block, but then the queen comes in here for the check. And here, white wins. Here, white wins. So it's very scary. Okay, Andrea goes for the check. That's fine. That's fine. This is a very dangerous situation. Otto has played super well after Andrea played her brilliancy. At this point, we're kind of scared about Andrea's time situation. We're happy with a draw. We're happy with a draw here. Okay, I'm gonna check quickly in on Alexandra. Her opponent is making mistakes. Computer says Alexandra is winning. Excellent news. Alexandra has played this opposite colored bishop middle endgame to perfection, I think. We've been focusing a lot on Andrea's trickiness, but Alexandra's endgame play was brilliant there, I think. Okay, it looks like Andrea is going for the draw. Okay, so Andrea's just gonna keep checking. So the big question right now is what happens if the if the king tries to come forward and attack the rook. And frankly, this is quite likely to happen. Otto seems like a guy who wants to win. Everything he's done so far in this game suggests that this guy don't want no back and forth draw. This guy will take big risks in order to go for the win. He goes back. Now, the computer's gonna do something here, chat. Just letting you know. This is the same situation we had earlier. So try not to freak out. Rook c8 incoming. Rook c8 is a good idea. For some reason, it's not winning. But it's a cool plan. I would be shocked if Andrea doesn't go for the draw. Andrea's thinking about it. Rook to c4. This is the winning move. I don't understand why it makes such a difference where the king is. Andrea pushes the pawn. Andrea's going for the win. Look at her go. That it's an incredibly risky move because the more pawns are traded, the more ways of attacking the black king. But Andrea is going for it. How many more moves? 8 more moves. But now it's 8 more moves for both players. Otto is getting low on time as well. Andrea had the option here of going back and forth with the rook. She purposefully chose not to do that. She wants to go for the win. You gotta love her mentality. Alexandra forgetting that stream is on a delay. Pawn is captured. Best move according to Engine. Andrea's not writing down her moves. Is she not? She got a talking to earlier in the tournament because she wasn't doing it. Andrea gives the check. I'm not a huge fan because now the queen can come in and attack the rook. Ooh, but maybe it's good. Because like you can take back, and if the queen, then you can give another check. I changed my mind. I think this is a smart move. Where's Alexandra? I don't know. Her camera went out. Last time her camera went out, it was because she took it down and forgot that we were on a 15-minute delay. Okay, king moves into the corner. Can we be like sneaky? Can we try and get our queen in? Queen to e6. Losing move. Not losing move. Andrea just captures back. Seems sensible. I think Andrea's gonna win. I think Andrea's gonna win. If queen takes pawn here, the queen attacks the rook, but the rook can escape, give a check on the king, and then you capture. And there's no queen to give the double attack because our queen is protecting. I think Andrea's gonna win now. But bishop g1. No, actually, that's a good one. That's a good one, chat. If queen takes, check, and bishop blocks, then we can sacrifice against the bishop because we have the double attack with the queen afterwards. That's actually a great one. That could be the trick to seal the deal. It's happening. No. He moves the bishop back. That's not on the list. It's not on the list. It's a mistake. Double question mark. Andrea has a winning move now. Queen to d6. Queen to d6, only winning move. How the frick is that the only winning move? Because when the queen goes here, it attacks the rook, it threatens giving the checkmate on the king, but importantly, it also protects this square and this bishop. So she needs to activate her queen, and this square is the only one that controls here, 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 and here at the same time. She didn't find it. Oh, this is very tense. So now Andrea's idea is that if captures, then she will have checkmate. But the problem is now she has no more pawns defending her king. And there's multiple areas where the white queen can attack the black king. That's too simple. It is. That's not going to happen. So I would guess what's going to happen is something like queen comes here, gives a check. Andrea blocks. They trade queens. They trade pawns. But here, Andrea could still win because she gets the attack on the pawn. She gets an endgame with an extra pawn in this variation. As long as the queens get traded, Andrea is safe. Okay, he takes. Maybe Andrea can try queen d6 now. Since it was good earlier, it might be good now. Oh, that is wild. Ah, no, queen here. Check and trades the queen. Just take back, Andrea. Don't think about it. Ooh, she protects her king. That was a brilliant move. I really like this move from Andrea. Big fan of this move. Because she protects her king from checks while also threatening checkmate. And if the guy goes back to defend his own king, then Andrea can try and open up for a checkmate through the corner. Although, here she might lose her queen. Oh, this is still so tense. There's queen g4. You can go for queen g4, but then there's a queen trade. And then Andrea will push for a win in an endgame. Auto don't want no queen trade. You guys don't get auto like I do. Ooh, but now e4 is tricky. Pawn to e4 is tricky. And then if takes, you go for the checkmate. Ooh, but the bishop blocks. No. What happened to Alexandra? We lost her camera. We assumed she won and forgot that the games were on 15-minute delay. Andrea goes for pawn to e4. It was a trap. But it's a trap the other way around. Andrea is trapping herself. She thought it's checkmate, and so did I for a minute. But it's not checkmate, and Otto can just take the pawn. And then it's Otto going for the win. She only had 8 seconds left when she made this move. Otto is not going to take it. That's genuinely could be a thing. Like, very often humans are prone to trusting their opponent. So when your opponent offers you a free pawn, there's some kind of human instinct that says, I'm not going to take your pawn. I'm not going to fall for your tricks. If queen takes, if Andrea then completes her plan, She's going to be in a losing position. If Otto realizes that he can take the pawn without being checkmated, the only way to make a draw for Andrea is queen to g6. Going for the queen trade. No, don't do it. He's about to take the pawn. I can see it by the way he's holding his hand. Oh no, Andrea. You played such a wonderful game. Oh, she realizes now it's not checkmate after all. But at the same time, what are you gonna do? She's gonna play the queen check. Seven seconds. Ooh, she moves the rook back. That was one of the best moves she had. Honestly, one of the best defensive moves she had available. Queen to g6 was the best, but that one was kind of weird. This was the second best move in the position. And in practical play, this was really, really good. Because even though computer says white is winning now, it's very difficult to understand why. I feel like Otto's going to play something like pawn to f5. And then computer says it's a draw if, but only if, Andrea finds queen to g3. I'm not sure she's going to find that. Queen g3 is unfindable. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Tubby. Not the sleeves. Otto with the sleeves, but we counter sleeve. He goes for the check. This gives Andrea an easy move. This is good for Andrea. Now she just blocks with her queen. This is very, very good for Andrea. She blocks with the rook. Why are you blocking with the rook? Not like this. Why not? Because now the rook had a really important job controlling this square, preventing the bishop from joining the attack. Now after rook blocks, the bishop can join and put pressure. Then she needs to hide in the corner. But she's in an eternal pin. She can never get her king away from the pressure of the rook. And here, actually, the bishop can just maneuver itself into attacking the queen. He will see bishop c5. Of course he will. Okay, queen blocks was only move. But queen blocks, better for white, but maybe a draw. Oh, I was so happy when he played this because I felt like Andrea got a free move. The problem is, what would she have done against f5? Oof. After f5, the only move to make a draw is rook to e7. That was very difficult. So that's probably why she didn't block with the queen, because she didn't see a good solution to the pawn moving forward and the bishop joining in. He doesn't find it! He doesn't find it! Okay, but Andrea is still in trouble. She's not out of the woods just yet. But if she makes the trade now and then goes back with her rook to prevent the bishop from joining the attack, that's going to be the way to make a draw. You can't avoid this trade anyway, Andrea. You might as well go for the queen trade. Oh gosh. She blundered. Now he can take and pin. He goes for the trade. That was her move 40. Okay, now Andrea has time to think about her position. The problem is, bishop here catches the king and the rook on the same. And it's game over. Oh my god, she played it so well. And she could have gone for the draw there. She could have gone back and forth with a rook to make a draw. She wanted to go for the win. And she gets punished for her own ambitions. That is heartbreaking. Did Alexandra lose? No, I think she won, but we lost her camera. Oh, her camera's back. Never mind. But Alexandra is winning. Okay, so that's some good news at least. Oh, and there the camera goes again. And there it's back. Oh, so close. I'm so sad for Andrea. Me too, dude. Me too. She played such, like, there was a phase in this game she played so brilliantly. But then there was another phase where she didn't even, she made a lot of mistakes, but all of the mistakes was because of time trouble. She could have made a draw if she wanted to, but she wanted to go for the win, and I kind of respect that. I can't really fault her for wanting to win. There's so many people who just go for a draw even though they're winning for no good reason. And she showcased that she wanted to win. But it wasn't meant to be this time. Why did the time reset? Because they made it to move 40. So when you've made 40 moves, you get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. It's not over till it's actually over. Scarlet, that may be true in many circumstances, but not this one. This one is done, unfortunately. Why isn't Otto taking? Because he's considering whether rook here is a better move. And it is. Yeah, suddenly Otto is playing like a genius. It would have been good to capture the rook, but it's even better to do what he just did. Because this rook isn't going anywhere because it's always going to be pinned to the bishop. In Alex's game, is a draw if she exchanges the rooks. It shouldn't be because now that she has two pawns next to each other, these two pawns can protect each other on their way forward. So earlier we were concerned that white could make a blockade and control the dark squares. But that's no longer a concern because Alexandra has been able to really control the dark squares here with her pawns. And she's going to make sure she's not going to play pawn to e4 and give up control here. She's going to follow up with pawn to d4. And she's always going to make sure to have these pawns on dark squares. And then even if a rook trade happens, that's completely fine. She's just going to continue that strategy of always having the pawns controlling the dark squares. And then using her king to support the pawns. She should win very easily. Honestly, Alexandra's endgame technique here has been excellent. And then everything else has been a bit iffy. Just realized Otto has the exact same rating as Alexandra. Yes, and that means if not for the fact that both Andrea and Alexandra had white pieces yesterday, they would actually have faced each other today. Okay, now Otto is just showing off. That is super accurate. So if he took this pawn now and then took the rook and then the pawn, then the bishop would be able to protect the black pawn on the queen side. But he takes the pawn first so that Andrea needs to get out of this pin. And while Andrea uses that one move for the king, that extra tempo gives white the time to capture the black pawn on the queen side before you manage to defend. Yeah, Otto has played very well after Andrea's blunder. But at the end of the day, I do feel like it's undeserved that Andrea walks away from this game with nothing. We had that one move to win it. Yeah, but that one move to win it was super tricky. Honestly, Andrea wasn't that. Actually, you had one move to win it twice. Because you both had the rook attacking the bishop and you had the queen attacking the rook. But both of those moves were kind of tricky. It was difficult to understand the significance of attacking the bishop at that moment instead of on the next move or the move after. He did continuously find the best moves after Andrea's knight sack. Yeah, that was really impressive, I thought. He defended very well for a moment. But that only kind of goes to showcase how good Andrea's play was leading up to that. Can she not resign? She can resign, but it's only like 10 minutes ago when she thought she was going to win. So the normal thing to do in such a situation is kind of to try and essentially try to calm down while you're still at the board. so that you're a bit more calm when talking to your opponent after the game. Because if you just resign immediately, then it's like 5 minutes since you thought you were winning, and you're going to be so upset, and you're going to swear at your opponent, and everyone's going to think you're the biggest asshole ever. Jon Ludwig is a psychologist? No, I just have experience from, you know, my many years of being an asshole in this specific circumstance. Generally a very nice guy, but when it comes to 5 minutes after losing a game of chess, it's not going to be your best 5 minutes, let's say. Not resigning can annoy people too. Deal with it. They played for 4 hours so far. Another 3 minutes he can deal with. He doesn't look annoyed to me. No, he doesn't. But he knows how it works, as opposed to Twitch chatters. Do you know Paul? No, I don't. I looked him up. He's the Nestleder, like second chair of the chess club in Harstad in northern Norway. So I guess he's very rarely playing tournaments in the Oslo region where I live. There's a city named Harstad. Man. Okay, I spelled it for you guys in chat. Look it up. Okay, Andrea resigns. Oh man, she deserved more. But what are you gonna do? Alexandra gets up to see how it went. And she sees sister down, unfortunately. She played so well. She really did. I feel like she's not going to realize that herself. I feel like very often Andrea is upset about the wrong things after the game. She's upset about things that you really don't need to be upset about, and then she's sticking to her guns in situations where, I don't know. But she deserved better from this game. She played an incredible sacrifice. Let's do a replay of Andrea's brilliant move. Very complicated struggle. Very unbalanced pawn structure. Lots of trickiness in many directions. And Andrea Botez plays knight takes b3 for the double X clam. What was the blunder move? I mean, there were a couple, but one of them, I don't know. We're just gonna stay with the brilliant move. I think we're gonna need to do some encouraging after game chat right here. Let's switch to this one maybe. That's the wrong game. No, it's the right game. Never mind. Alexandra is just gonna win. She's just gonna patiently move her pawns up the board through the middle. Andrea is only up a pawn, but the fact that the pawns are next to each other means that they can protect each other as they advance. And that's so powerful. Especially when there's no white pawns in the vicinity of your pawns. Connected passed pawns is what we call this. It's some of the best stuff we can have in chess. Did Andrea win? Unfortunately, Andrea lost, but she was so close to winning. And she went for the win when she could have made a draw. So she was brave and bold and not rewarded. We'll go over the knight move when we talk to Andrea, Nardog. Remember that time chat said you were gonna jinx it? I'm flattered you think I have that much influence of the universe. You mean you're not a god? I really hope that if I was a god, I would get my way more often. Can you imagine being a god and just feeling like that would be nice? Just having everything work exactly how you want it to. I thought GM meant God man. Well, today I can confirm it's not. Okay, Andrea can't call in right now because she's on the phone with the lost baggage department. But we'll get her after that, I promise. I think what's going to happen here is that after rook back, Alexandra can just continue pushing. Because if the rook tries to trade, then you can just make the trade because the bishop is controlling the queening square. And if the rook tries to block, then you just move your king up. And there's no way for white to get control of this square. So you're just going to push your pawn up and there's nothing white can do. So Alexandra is going to win within a couple of moves. And if he doesn't move here to attack the bishop, well, then he's got to go here, right? And then Alexandra can just move her king up. Everything's under control. Let me add the info. Let's see. Add no. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to do this. This is my mistake. My bad. Copy. Paste. Okay, that was not the most brilliant of info bars, but it'll do. You could have mods pin a message. Yeah, but we did that yesterday and then people were unhappy about that. You can never please everyone. But yeah, that was pretty ugly with the white background. You're right, I'll take it off. I tried, I failed. I'll try again tomorrow. Did Andrea win, chat? Now you're just being annoying, Wasabi. G4 attacks the rook. Alexandra moves the rook away while attacking the pawn. Seems fine. But now if rook back, Alexandra can no longer play pawn forward. Because then bishop comes in and attacks both the king and the rook. So that's like the one trick you have to be careful of. But she's not going to fold for that. Andrea has been playing well. Yeah, no, she almost won yesterday and she almost won today. Both games against 2,000 rated players, approximately. But what I like the most about today's game is that she had the option to go for a draw and she chose not to. Very often you see lower rated players playing scared. But I like to see that she really did go for it. And even though it wasn't rewarded on this occasion, I think the mentality is generally good. It's kind of what we talked about yesterday, that Andrea is always super optimistic. And sometimes to a flaw. But this time I like kind of like, you gotta believe in yourself if you're gonna beat the higher rateds. And she believed, she went for it. Didn't work this time. But it didn't work because of time trouble. It's not like it didn't work because she was playing poorly. How does she get better with time? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be getting into time trouble in all my games either. I think part of it is just practice, right? If you play more often, your head is fresher, you're going to be more confident about your decision making. And so then you play quicker. That's honestly part of it. It's not something you can fix just magically, but it is something that will fix itself the more you play. I think there's no doubt that both Alexandra and Andrea, they're both going to be stronger towards the end of this trip than at the beginning now. Playing 18 games in 2-3 weeks, that's the greatest practice, right? Okay, Andrea still needs to calm down after the game. Maybe she's gonna join us when Alexandra comes on, but we're gonna give her some time to be frustrated, because frankly, it was a bit of a devastating result given how well she played. H4 to close the net. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much what she does, I think. I think just trade makes a lot of sense. So he's going to have to go king up, and then you make the trade, and then you move your king up. Alexandra just needs to be patient about pushing these pawns forward. But she is being having the patience that's needed. And there's no doubt in my mind that Alexandra is going to win this. We also want to know about Andrea's luggage situation. Let me quote. Baggage still lost. So it doesn't sound great. She's having a rough go. Yeah, she was somewhat frustrated. Sounds straightforward. I may have censored a couple of sentences before and after. Not a quote. It is literally a quote. It's just, I went to journalism school. It's all about finding the essence of the message. Well, at least it is in Norway. In Norway, you're allowed to not quote everything that they said. Baggage still lost. Yeah. That's basically what I said, just that it doesn't show the when you speak. paraphrased. Is that what I did? Is that what that means? That you only say some of what they said? I thought paraphrased is when you have like similar or something, right? Paraphrase would mean you changed the wording. Yeah, and I didn't do that. It was word by word what Andrea wrote. It just didn't include all the words. You just clipped a quote. I mean, you guys do that with me all the time. And you do it maliciously. And I did it, you know, with great care and consideration. Okay. Big moment in the game as Alexandra actually moves her pawn over to a light square. This is something she has to be quite careful about because she needs to make absolutely sure that she doesn't end up having her pawns blockaded. So if white moves the rook in front of the pawn, that's fine. Because then Alexandra will easily be able to move the pawn up. And the rook is kind of blocking the bishop from creating the blockade. So the only move here for white that could keep this slightly tricky is rook to e1. And then I assume Alexandra would take, move the king up. But then the bishop would come in and block. And the rook can try and block as well. Some hope for white, but yeah, part of the problem here is that if you put the bishop here to just say, you ain't getting further, you can just take the bishop. And the black pawns are so far advanced that very often you can just sacrifice to regain control of the dark squares. And just win like that, because there's no stopping this pawn supported by the king. So, yeah. This is the trickiest part of chess commentary. I know Alexandra's going to win. You guys know Alexandra's going to win. But we still have half an hour left on the clock. Does she know? Alexandra also knows she's going to win, yeah. But she's not going to be as calm about it because when you're playing in the game, you're in the zone. So you don't get kind of distracted by the thought of, oh, I'm so tired of this that I'm going to win. You're more like, I'm going to win and I'm going to be happy and blah, blah, blah. I would easily find a way to lose if I was in Alexandra's position. Would you though? Yeah, maybe. But fortunately, Alexandra is not you. She's gonna be fine. Is their stream live or on a delay? So the video from Prague is 15 minutes delayed as an anti-cheating measure. "15 days? Did I say days? Oh, damn. It's a word. The slang for the kids. Okay, I'm with you, Cyber Panda. Is the delay only for the Botez board, or is there also for others in the back? Like every board from Prague has a 15-minute delay. Okay, rook to d2. That was not it. Computer says best move in the position, but when all your moves are losing, the computer is so bad at realizing what's the best fighting move. It just says, well, everything is losing, so I'll just recommend whatever gets me checkmated the latest. But in these moments, it's not really about avoiding getting checkmated. It's more about maximizing your own chance to trick the opponent. So probably Alexandra already won from delay. Yeah, but then she would have messaged me on Discord, and she hasn't. We know this is going to last at least 15 more minutes. Yeah, but on the other hand, maybe she had to check in on Andrea before she's messaging me. But yeah, probably it's going to last another 15, yeah. Rook to f3 would be a good move. Yes, it would. Rook here, and then when the king moves up, I would move this bishop away so that the pawn can come up in its path. And then I wouldn't move the pawn up immediately. Oh, yes, I would. And then if the bishop comes in to try and stop us, then it turns out this pawn is protected by the bishop. This one's protected by the rook. And GG's. Are there any rules about people hovering behind the players? No. In general, you never really notice that someone's looking at your game. The way I usually respond to this is that if you notice someone looking at your game, you're not focusing enough. I have had situations where I have like 15 people kind of cramped around my game, and I just don't notice at all because I'm so focused on my game. So in general, if your concentration is good, you're just not gonna notice. She noticed? Well, I mean, probably that means her concentration is not good. Which is not too strange, because your concentration is always going to be a bit worse when you know that you already kind of won, right? Right, this is the parade. Oh, do you not have an expression in English for that? In Norwegian, it's called sjarmøretappe. The victory lap, I guess, is the English term. You already kind of know you won. You're just completing for completion's sake. I don't know if victory lap is the same, though. I would kind of argue it's not. Oh, I just realized if Alexandra plays king d5, then rook f2 is actually a draw. Alexandra really should not allow this. Okay, apparently it's not a draw because bishop here saves the day, apparently. But yeah, that was unnecessarily scary. So the only really thing Alexandra needs to take care of is making sure that she doesn't allow the trade of rooks. And then she's fine. So rook f3, like she played, that's a good move. It forces the white king up and away, and then we can move the bishop so that we give space for the pawn to proceed. So bishop h7 now. And then it's GG's. Would you resign if you were him? If I was playing Alexandra, probably not. I would be steaming a bit and need to calm down. No, in general, I mean, the guy is down a pawn. I wouldn't resign if I was down a pawn. A lot of people are so used to watching the engine's evaluation that you sometimes forget to just count the pieces on the board. And like, if you're not even down a pawn, or if it's only a pawn less, regardless of the computer's evaluation, you're never really going to resign. Because your opponent makes a blunder that loses a pawn, and suddenly you're completely back in it. Of course, the computer would never make such a blunder. That's why the computer eval is so significant. But in reality, when you're only up a pawn, it means that you lose your pawn. Probably you lose a lot of your advantage. And it's easier to lose a pawn than it is to lose a knight or whatever. It happens. How much attention do you give to the games next to you? They keep checking her board. I check out my neighbor a lot. And actually, now that you mention it, I've thought about how I need to stop doing that as much. Because what will happen is that I get jealous. I look at how the neighboring board is going, and I see one of the guys playing like a freaking idiot, and I get jealous. I start thinking like, oh my God, this guy's playing so badly. I wish I was playing against that guy. He's so bad. I wish I could get an easy game. I'm sitting here struggling, and my neighbor just gets a free point playing against that dude. And yeah, I'm a very jealous guy. And my jealousy extends beyond your imagination. Envious, whatever. And when you finally play against that idiot in the tournament, he crushes you. Oh, you know that guy, luckily. Definitely sounds like the same guy, yeah. Has Andrea lost to any kids yet? No. Shockingly, the answer to that is no. Andrea has played very respectably. And the only kid she played so far, she made a draw against. Did she have over 2,000 performance this game, even though she lost? No. No, when you lose, you have fewer points, and then your performance is not as good. I don't know how to explain that more politely. No. You don't have a good performance when you lose. You need to win for good performances. Man, I can tell I'm a bit tired now. Rook to f8, not really the move I was hoping for. Not really a move I understand the intent. Why are you allowing him to go back? That move makes no sense. Alexandra is kind of allowing him to set up the blockading thing. Like, he can go step back now, and then his bishop can try and control these squares. It's not going to be enough to make a draw because Alexandra's pawns are so far advanced. But she already had her rook in a perfect position. She just needed to move her bishop out of the way so that the pawn could move forward. Bishop back was so easy. Andrea's playing with the black pieces. Yes. Literal video on screen. Man, I'm really grumpy now. The guy chooses to move his king further up the board. Really not a great idea either. Like, you need to have your king as close to this square as possible. I would like to see Alexandra just improve the positioning of her king at this stage. Oh no. Oh no, don't you dare do that. Don't do that. Is she going for the rook trade? Oh, that's not good. Maybe the rook trade is still winning. I'm not convinced though. And also he can just play king f6. Like king f6, he's attacking here. If you now try the rook trade, this is definitely a draw. Okay, maybe not definitely. Yeah, it is a draw. Yeah. And he does play king f6. The good news about him playing king f6 is Alexandra realizing that she can't go for the rook trade. Honestly, if he wanted to be sneaky, like if he just went back with his king, he could have seen if Alexandra really wanted the rook trade. And like even the rook trade under the worst of circumstances would give white some chances to make a draw. Computer is saying this is winning for black, but it's definitely not obvious. Like, how do you break this blockade? The king is blocking this pawn and the bishop is blocking this pawn. Okay, I mean, okay. It turns out you can break down white's defensive structure, but going for the rook trade is just very unnecessary. So I kind of like that he moved forward because that made Alexandra realize that this whole plan with the rook up here didn't work. And now she's going to find a new plan, a better plan instead. Did Alexandra already confirm the win? No, I haven't gotten a message from her. When do they get 30 minutes extra? They already did. So right now, Paul has 6 minutes left. He's getting an additional 30 seconds per move, but that's it. If he spends more than those 5 minutes, without being compensated by the additional 30 seconds, then he's out. He's done. Okay, Miss Botez, how about we move the rook back to where we started and we just find a new plan to win this? She really should have gone with the bishop back to clear the path for the pawn earlier. That would have simplified things a lot. The good news is I think she realizes this trying to trade rooks is not really the greatest plan. But the bad news is that she could easily get frustrated by choosing the bad plan to begin with. Okay, rook f4 attacking the pawn. The pawn is going to move forward. And then Alexandra should move her king up. Rook back, trying to get the bishop on the blockading square. Bishop back, getting ready to advance the pawn. And there's not really anything white can do against this pawn advance. Yeah, I think for Alexandra, it's all about just move the bishop so that you make space for the pawn. That's the only thing she kind of needs to realize. Why not rook g4 taking the pawn? You cannot take the pawn though, because anytime you try to attack it, then the king can both defend and attack the black pawn instead. It's very important we don't lose this pawn. This pawn is the reason we're winning. So we need to get this pawn up here so that this pawn can kick the rook away from blockading the other pawn from becoming a queen. So the only thing really lacking is moving the bishop so that this pawn can advance. What's the main difference between Norway and Sweden? Norwegians travel to Sweden because it's so cheap there. So there's a famous kind of culture in Norway of people who travel to Sweden to buy groceries. If you live within 2 hours of Sweden, you can save a lot of money by buying meat there. Sweden is in the EU. Yeah, but for all intents and purposes, so is Norway. The only difference between Norway and the other EU countries is that we don't have politicians in Brussels, but we still implement all the EU laws and whatnot. Hammer told me Norway is better than Sweden. I mean, definitely we are. Did someone tell you otherwise? Are kids in Brussels called Brussels sprouts? Ugh. Are your ancestors Vikings? I must admit. So I've heard of all these Americans and Europeans doing these ancestry kits. I think in general, doing such DNA kits in Norway is kind of boring. We're not very diverse, let's say. But I must admit, I'm not 100% Norwegian. An exclusive for this stream, I'm gonna reveal that I am actually 12.5% Swedish. That's the worst. I mean, it's not something I'm proud of. I have tried to keep it a secret for some time. But yeah. I could have handled 10%, but 12.5%. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I was just as disappointed when I found out. Why only 12.5%? Well, not to do the math for you, but my great grandfather was Swedish? Just a single great? Oh. Then maybe it might be less than 12.5%. Saved? I don't know. I don't remember exactly. Does white have a chance to promote? I don't think so. Computer right now is actually recommending rook to h7, allowing this rook to be captured. But the idea is that after all the trades, black just gets a new queen. So for those of you concerned about this rook coming in to give a check on the king, Alexandra actually has a really sneaky way of preventing that. So rook to h7 is a very classy move here. But it kind of feels like it shouldn't have been this difficult to win. Especially considering how well Alexandra played earlier in this endgame. In the transition. Okay, she goes rook c7 instead. Oh gosh. Are you still not done with this plan? Okay, this time it's fine though. Yeah, actually this time it's completely fine. Because there's... No, it's not fine. I don't know. I don't like her splitting up her pawns. So these pawns are so much more powerful when they're sitting next to each other. And when they can protect each other as they advance up the board. One of the main reasons I object to this rook trade is because it makes these pawns, it splits them up that they can no longer protect each other. And I don't like that. I like my pawns working together as a unit, helping each other. Best move? Ugh. But like in these positions where everything is winning, it's not necessarily about the best move, it's about the simplest move. And going for a rook trade in an opposite colored bishop endgame, that's never going to be the simplest thing. Okay, bishop back. It's kind of a gift here. Rook here from white just makes Alexandra's decision on the next move so easy. Bishop here, block the rook from giving the check and open the path for the pawn to advance. Don't go for the rook trade. Go for the pawn advancing through the center so that you have two pawns working together. Even Alexandra is getting kind of low on time now. I'm pretty sure Andrea was not the one to lose her luggage. It was probably the airline. There's limits to how much you can blame Andrea for what happens while she's on the plane. "13 minutes isn't low for this position, come on." Well, now it's 13. In a minute, it's going to be 12. 5 minutes, it might be 8. Just move the bishop and push the pawn. Oh, she's going to go rook c2, isn't she? Computer says this is winning. So, I mean, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's going to stress me out a little, but it's going to be fine. I kind of want to go get a snack. I haven't done a single break during the stream, and I can tell that it's making me low energy right now. But at the same time, I feel like, oh, we're just like a minute, 2-3 minutes away from Alexandra winning this game. And then we can celebrate. Get a snack. Kit Kat, Snickers. Wow. Someone's been watching the ads. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Hashtag not sponsored. Bishop back. Let's go. The guy has 3 minutes left. Alexandra's plan is the most obvious thing I've ever seen. And she gets a free pawn. What's going on? Take it. Okay, apparently this is even better because then white is getting checkmated. But you can also just take it. Here, checkmate. There, free pawn. Checkmate, free pawn. Either is good. Just don't go here now. That would be bad. Oh, this is winning even now? That's wild. Okay. Literally any piece to any square. Okay, I'm gonna get a snack. Okay, she took it. Hurry? I mean, like, Her opponent is going to resign, and then someone's going to be upset that I'm not on post during the critical moment. Okay, I'm just going to conclude. Alexandra is going to win this game. She has 2 pawns. They're making their way up the board. I'm taking a break. They're still playing. Alexandra took the pawn. Her bishop was attacked. The bishop has given a check. These guys still working their way up the board. Ooh, Alexandra can now go for the trade again. But this time it's much better than earlier because now they're... Oh, and the guy blunders his rook. Perfect timing to be back. And he resigns the game. He knows what's up. That's the snag turned the tide. I don't know about that, but it was good getting it in there before the interviews. If you're interested in more chess content, go subscribe to the YouTube channel, the new Botez Chess channel, which is going to feature game recaps by Alexandra and Andrea during the course of this tournament. So the reason he resigned is because he realized that his king was going to be checked and then he would lose his rook. Good job, Alexandra. She was in trouble. Like, she was dead lost, according to the engine, at some point. It was a tricky opening. She accepted her opponent's gambit. But then in the end, she managed to consolidate her king. She managed to trade the queens. And then the fact that she had accepted the gambit in the beginning turned out to be very, very good because she used that extra pawn, pushed them forward in the center to win the game. Why do the others have other boards? The other players are playing on plastic boards because they're not important promoters of the tournament, and as such don't need to have their game relayed online to a wide audience. Literal streamer privilege right there. And welcoming now from Prague, sorry, they're not hearing you because I don't have computer sound on this one. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, then I wait.
You're good now.
Okay, hello chat. Thank you everybody for watching. I have a few questions about my game, but first I looked over at Andrea's game. It looked like she was drawing. What happened?
She was winning at a couple of points. She played
wow.
a brilliant move. She sacrificed her knight for 2 pawns, and it was genius because she managed to get the knight back. But then somehow this dude found all the right defensive moves, and it ended up being a position where Andrea was up 2 pawns, but her king was poorly protected. And she could have gone back and forth for a draw when she was 2 pawns up, but she chose to go for the win. And she managed to get a moment after she made that decision to go for the win, where she did have a winning move, but time trouble got the better of her, and she made a couple of mistakes and lost.
That's sad. Okay, so I'll talk to Andrea. Hopefully, we'll cheer her up. Did she call? Did you talk to her?
No, she was too upset.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go check on her chat. Don't worry. I was feeling so sick at the start of the game. I thought I was gonna either pass out from pain or fatigue for like a good first hour and a half. It was terrible. But luckily I feel better now, and luckily I won. But that being said, I heard you telling chat I was dead lost. What? When? What? Can you walk me through if I played the opening? Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, number one, we hit the opening. We managed to predict what he was going to play, so that's good.
Yeah.
And then you're familiar with this gambit already, right?
I haven't played it in years.
Yeah.
So I've just haven't seen it in a really long time.
It's such a classic French line.
Yeah, I mean, when he played knight g5 and it wasn't in the file, I was like, oh, he must have just made a mistake or something.
Yeah.
But he said it was like this obscure sideline.
Oh, really?
That's what he told me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Computer really hates it.
I mean, I figured it looked really suspicious.
Well, it's kind of dangerous too, right? Because if you play h6 trying to kick the knight out, then suddenly he sacrifices on f7, and this is very good for white.
No, that's what I was scared of. That's why I just played knight a6 ultimately. I didn't want to deal with any scary sacks in a line that I'm not very familiar with.
Yeah, and computer said that was well played by you. But then after knight to c3, Engine said like the only way you're supposed to play here is to go bishop c5, allowing knight to a4, attacking both the queen and the bishop.
That's so weird. I thought there's no way this is good for me.
You capture in towards the king, and then you sacrifice the bishop. So this is the key. You let your bishop be captured, because then you have the other knight coming in. And
I'm gonna be honest, this is a little too much for my little brain to figure out.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. Which is the reason, this play, it's never easy. Like these
gambits. I don't like how quickly you agreed, but I'm listening.
Well, I mean, I already said the same thing, right, during the broadcast, that this is never going to happen.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's impossible.
No, I mean it is. Okay.
Someone in chat literally said that, well, Hikaru would figure it out in 3 seconds. And I said, no. And then we started talking about, Kramnik. Kramnik's opponents are the only ones who can figure this out in 3 seconds.
Okay, fair.
But yeah, Bishop E7, computer didn't like, but I think it's fine. But here, I mean, your major mistake was Bishop takes G5.
Yeah, Bishop takes G5. I completely miscalculated. I thought I would take and that he would play knight H4. And again, this was when I was going through like the terrible pain and I was playing way too quickly. And I was like, oh my gosh, he just plays knight G5 and that's so stupid. So then I had to create a new plan.
Sorry? I didn't understand what you're saying. Oh,
okay,
knight
so
B5, yeah.
Yeah, initially
so
I thought I
assumed your idea was to go knight G8 and then you missed knight B5.
I actually wanted to take on G2 and I had calculated only knight A5 and had completely overlooked knight B5 and then I realized it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no,
yeah,
because basically what I said to chat is whatever move she's going to follow up after bishop takes G5, that's going to be the move she should have played first. Because she's never going to be in a rush to capture the knight.
No, of course. So I should have played knight G8 here, or A6, let's say.
Well, the good move
A6.
is knight to B4, which is what you played in the game just afterwards.
Sorry, you're right. Knight B4 and then yeah.
But like your position is not so easy. It's awkward to play with this knight on H6.
Oh yeah. I mean, my position was pretty awkward the entire time.
So like, these gambits, hard. Computer really didn't like it for white, but it's always tricky facing an opponent who's like so fearless and just starts giving you pawns and really puts pressure on you from the get-go.
Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going and let's see if there was anything else.
Yeah, so after you take, knight to B4 was the best under tricky circumstances. Knight G8 also was not great. Well, apparently,
really?
Well, he could go bishop E3 and then go queen G4.
But
because then you don't have the option of going H5 like you did in the game.
I thought I could play king F8, H5, and knight D7 and be okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Like this was looking okay to me because I looked at this option too.
No, I see what you're getting at. It's just that you have no dark square control, which is a bit of a problem.
Totally, but I'm also have kind of managed to get off of the attack. I'm starting to regroup, and it's awkward, but we still have the pawn.
Yeah, fair enough. And then kind of when he allowed you to go knight C6 back and then go for the queen trade, that's kind of when you were in control.
that was definitely a big blunder. Also, when I played knight B5, I couldn't tell if knight takes D5 was easier. I just thought it would be easier to win the other way, but I could have been wrong.
You had B6 instead of knight takes D3. So what you did was correct for that reason. And then
B6? Wow.
B6 and then A3 takes and C4. So you don't actually even win a pawn this way, but you manage to get an improved pawn structure with your pawns moving forward and restricting the opponent's pieces.
Also, can you write that I won on the screen somewhere just because people in chat, I see them asking. The layout looks nicer today also. Thank you. Thank you, Ben and Karen, for rating. Appreciate it. Hammer and his big fonts. I'm gonna go and turn off the stream preview soon, chat. Don't worry. I didn't know what to do with the delay. Yes, chat, I did win. Yay, we finally got a win. JR Plebeian, thank you. Oh my gosh, chat, while Hammer is doing this, I have the most wholesome story for you guys. So there was a young kid who was watching my game for like the last at least hour, and I noticed he was crossing his fingers, and he kept his fingers crossed for a good hour, and after the game he told me he was keeping them crossed so that I would have good luck. And it was the sweetest thing I heard today. It was so wholesome. Oh, you guys noticed that? No, it was so cute. It was so cute. I know. Yeah, it was so wholesome. You guys saw it. Okay, good. Yeah, he was very supportive. Okay, Hammer, we can keep going back to the game.
Yeah. So it would have helped converting a little bit.
Okay.
But the general idea of not necessarily taking on e5 was correct.
Okay, good. The other line just I guess I thought it'd be easier to win up a pawn and not with the bishop pair, but I could see why the other line is better.
Yeah. No, it's not obvious. It's not like you're winning material compared to what happened in the game. It's just that the computer really likes the pawn structure pushing white back a little.
That makes sense. Okay, and then let's just keep going. How is the end game overall? I know it took my sweet time.
Yeah, computer really liked this G5 move you played.
Yay!
And
Yeah, I mean
I commented on it that it was like that. Wow, that's like a proper grandmaster-esque move. And then you did it. But to be honest, at that point, it felt like it has already become a lot more difficult than it should have been.
Yeah, I thought that like trading off one rook would be good and then swapping to the other side. I don't know. Maybe I could have started on the other side sooner.
Yeah, I don't know either. Because if I'm entirely honest with you, we were not paying a lot of attention to your game at this point.
Thanks, Hammer.
It's just that Andrea had sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns, and she was like putting massive pressure on her opponent. Andrea was down to 2 minutes on the clock, and it was like do or die. And you were up a pawn, and your opponent had 1 minute left, and it was like, Alexandra, I'm sure she's gonna win this. We're gonna follow Andrea instead.
But what about the beautiful endgame clinic I put on? I felt like I was really finessing it.
It was very finessing. It's just it was finessing for the connoisseurs that appreciate such things instead of stream, who really is more of a bang bang kind of crowd.
This is true. That's fair. Okay. Well, anything else I should keep from the game?
Well, I G5 was seriously impressive.
Yeah.
But you did lose a bit of your advantage at this stage. But it was like computer's top choice, which is
yeah. Okay.
Because you've said you kind of struggle with some of these positional things, no? And I remember we did a training position back in 2020 maybe even, like way back. We had this database of training positions, and we had a couple of opposite colored end games, middle games. And I don't know, G5 was very good. Like the principle of it, undermining the E5 pawn is really, really good.
I mean, it's easier to play when it's your game, and I think I'm generally stronger in end games than other parts of the game.
Okay. I didn't know you felt that way about your own game.
I do.
Then
Whether or not
why
it's
are you so obsessed about not trading queens?
Because I still would prefer to keep things more complicated. Chat, for those of you who don't know, we had a debate pre-stream.
I described it to chat as a fight, but...
Yeah, I wouldn't say fight, but I see where you're coming from.
A spirited debate.
A spirited debate, exactly. All right, well, is there anything else in the endgame you want to go over?
It's very interesting. Computer wants you to take with a pawn on f5, which I think was just insane.
That I actually considered it, because then I could bring my king to e6.
Yeah, and
But
also,
it just the plan is so much harder.
well, I think part of what intrigues me about this is that when you take with a rook, white only has like one square that you kind of need to get past. But if you
Yeah.
take with a pawn, you're kind of threatening to push the pawn onto a dark square in two different places, and white struggles to keep both of them under control. And one concern we did have, or I did have, is that when you take with the rook, there's chances of white going for the trade of rooks.
No, I was really afraid of that too. And I thought I was able to I thought in that variation if I took on e5 it's okay for me and then I just go king back.
Yeah.
And then I have two passed pawns. So I thought this was okay, but obviously I was terrified of trading rooks because I don't want to get into opposite color bishop endgame.
Yeah. So when he went rook e1 f6, yeah, okay. Yeah. No, computer says he needed to take with the rook on e5.
That's what I thought too. I was shocked when he took with the bishop.
Yeah. But
if he took with the rook,
you're gonna win this, right? Because
this feels really hard to win. I don't feel I'm not sure if I can trade rooks because there's still risk of it drawing. So I was
cannot.
Yeah, I was gonna play rook f4, and then I thought bishop e3 after that, and then what was my line here? Oh yeah, exactly. Rook g4, and like even this is like kind of tricky.
Wow, computer's saying you're gonna have to give the d pawn, and then you try to win a kind of endgame like this.
Yeah, I mean this was a hard.
I don't really know where you went wrong, if I'm honest. But it feels like it was more difficult than it needed to be at some stage. But at the same time, I don't
I was
understand.
like, why am I grinding so hard on this endgame? It was difficult.
But I really like this g5 move.
Classy. I noted that one. I'm just curious if there's anything else I could have done better in the endgame.
I mean, but after that, it's always going to be like you're going to win. It's just a question of time, how long it's going to take, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think there's really anything to note. I was kind of screaming at chat, why is she not playing? No, after rook f3 check and king h4, here I was like, oh, just move the bishop and push the pawn.
But yeah, I could have done that as well. I just thought my other plan was a little bit trickier and he was in time pressure.
Yeah, but tricky doesn't really matter here because when you move the bishop, there's nothing he can do against the pawn.
What was I afraid of? That's fair. But when multiple ideas win, it feels like whatever is the most comfortable.
Yeah. And it doesn't really matter, right? Because no matter what you did, you were going to win this.
Well, yeah, unless I blundered, which I was terrified of. And I would just... I took a long time double-checking every single move because I really didn't want to blunder.
I noticed you played fairly slowly.
Yes, which is really hard for me. My instincts are to play quickly, but I was like... I looked over my game yesterday and I saw the wins that I missed. I was like, okay, I'm going to just slow down to double-check things.
Okay. Well... Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Also, can we add knight g5 to the file, please? If I'm going to have to sack a knight, I'd like to know the line.
Yeah. I didn't know this was a thing. And
I didn't either.
Yeah, and it's also... actually, Andrea conveyed a message from the other Alex yesterday. And he said, oh, yeah, no, I knew about this move, but I didn't want to include it because it can easily get too much. And I kind of feel like he revealed something he shouldn't have revealed. Because the truth is, I do not want to include everything in the files because there's so much to learn. And so you want to keep it kind of condensed.
No, I agree, but the lines that are so sharp like this, I
Yes.
think the critical lines need to be shown a little bit.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
I'm still not sure. Even had I considered that, I'm not even sure I would include knight g5 because I just never saw that move before.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it also has to be like, I actually do have to know the line in order to know what's tricky. But
yeah, that's fair.
I'm generally happy with how it went, and I don't know. I thought you looked very confident in the opening, just taking the pawn and saying I'm gonna take you down. But
yeah, but then when I played
tricky
knight
opening.
d8, I was like, I mean, after I made the little mistake, I was like, I hope I didn't mess up too badly here.
Yeah.
But
No,
again, I
it
was just
worked
in
out,
so
and
much
like
physical pain at the start.
yeah, and even though you were in trouble, the fact that you're a stronger player, it showed in the end.
Good, good.
Yeah,
well,
no,
chat.
but I'm saying that, very often, regardless of whether you're in trouble or not, stuff is going to happen during a game, and at the your opponent is likely to make more mistakes because he's just worse.
I know.
So
it's
you
nice.
don't have to be afraid of, say, queen trades. Because like the guy is gonna make a mistake, and it's easier for you to win from an equal position than like today you won from a position where the computer at some point evaluated it as plus 2.4.
Well, I still don't know if I agree, but let's not get back into our previous debacles yet. But chat, thank
Not
you
a
guys for
fight.
watching.
Spirited debate.
Not a fight. Not a fight. I'm gonna try to cheer Andrea up. I'm sure she's sad. Hammer, I saw a nice comment about how your commentary is so good that even somebody who doesn't play chess enjoys it. So that's wholesome. So thank you, Hammer, for putting in the hours. I did notice you took a snack break, and it's okay to slack on the job,
Yeah.
I mean, it was so close to being over, I'm kidding.
It was a risky one. Calculated
Yeah.
risk.
Calculated risk for sure. Also, chat, we are posting our game reviews on the YouTube channel, which is pinned. I don't know if Andrea is going to post hers today. She might be too sad, but I have been continuing to post. Dina is on 1.5 now also. Oh, 1.5. Wait, did Dina lose?
I think she lost yesterday against
She lost
the
yesterday.
Brazilian GM.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, chat, we'll be back tomorrow with more chess. Thank you so much to everyone who has been tuning in. I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll keep going. I'm enjoying playing the chess.
What can we expect for tomorrow? If you play a higher rated opponent, are you like going all in for the win like Andrea did?
I always go all in for the win.
Yeah, I kind of knew that. I was just trying to, I don't know. I don't know what I was doing.
I get it. You're trying to build up hype, but of course. Of course.
You should see Andrea's sacrifice. It was crazy good.
No, I will. I'll go and I'll ask her,
It's
even though I know.
so freaky that the opponent found all the right defensive moves. Like, the opponent played like 7 perfect moves after Andrea's sacrifice.
Wow. Yeah. That's wild. I mean, hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Your opponent just plays really well.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. She had good chances even after that. So even after he defended super well, she managed to create chances for herself. Anyway, I see we're doing the raid. Bye, Alexandra. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Hammer.
Good luck cheering up Andrea. The latest intel is that her baggage is still not recovered.
I know. We've been sharing clothing.
I'm sure you're very happy about that.
Well, that just means that my outfits are also cut in half, right? So, I mean, but of course, I feel for her. Like, losing your luggage sucks, and I don't know how it always happens to Andrea, so it feels bad.
Okay, bye stream. Have a good one.
Bye guys. Bye Hammer.
And we'll see you tomorrow, 3 p.m. Prague time, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. See you then.